Well then, with 100 laps now on the board, the race still being led by Team Trojan. Not sure how much fuel they have aboard, that's the one mystery. But the car 319 leading the way by 22 seconds now. That gap fluctuating a little bit, but generally is going up. 10 laps ago it was 14 seconds, it's gone up to 16 seconds, 21 seconds, it's now 22 seconds. And then the gap between third and fourth is also going up, with Hybrid Tune Motorsport still unable to put in the same lap times as they were earlier on. And most definitely what Sam Weller was saying, it seems to be the case that 3 minutes 05 is just not what they want to be doing. And how do you fix a problem like that? 3 seconds off the pace, but how long do you want to waste in the pits trying to fix that kind of thing? So tricky call to make for Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and I'm tempted to suggest it can only get worse, I suppose, is what I'm going to say. Anyway, we'll see how the race pans out, keep an eye on the lap times. So those three cars have all completed 100 laps. Coming up to complete 100 laps in a minute will be 449, JW Bird Motorsport and BH Motorsport with SCK Motorsport. Those two cars separated by a minute and 45 seconds is the gap between Hybrid Time and JW Bird, so there's quite a big gap between Hybrid Tune and JW Bird, and then between JW Bird and 504, the BH Motorsport car, there is 16 seconds, and then a further 17 seconds, and then a further 17 seconds back is the Auto Farm car. Those cars all on the same lap, all having completed 100 laps, or they will have done before Team Trojan come round again. So JW Bird comes through now. No, in fact we've had more lappery going on, haven't we? So we've actually now only got 4 cars on the lead lap, because on that last lap Auto Farm have been lapped. In fact, on the previous lap Auto Farm were lapped, and on that lap the BH Motorsport car was lapped. So Team Trojan then with just 4 cars on the lead lap now. BH Motorsport in 5th with car 504, Auto Farm 6th with car 521, Mellow Yellow in the pits, and Auto Farm is in the pits as well, and that to me looks like being an unscheduled pit stop for Auto Farm. It's Nick Wasty who's brought the car in, the 521 car. Mikey Wasty then brings the car in, and that, to my way of thinking, is an early stop, and the safety car is deployed again. That could be why Auto Farm decided to come into the pits, in that they were going to lose time anyway, but they're coming in to try and not have a disadvantage by the safety car. So who else came in under the safety car? Mellow Yellow Motorsport, the 316 also in the pits, and that's going to elevate Fighting Talk and Cot Wombles up the leaderboard. So fuel will be going into Auto Farm, but I wouldn't think they'll be doing anything else, so it might be a relatively quick stop. 414 is the car which has caused the safety car, the Trimite Racing machine. So the car shared by Nigel Smith, Luke Smith, Nicole Trout and James Gornall. So that is safety car number 4. To recover the missing car number 414. What I can't see is where 414 might actually be stuck. There is possibly something in the Wellington Straight, but very difficult to pick that out. There seems to be a figure on the Wellington Straight which is just standing by the safety car. Elijah, it might just be a ghostly shadow, as Jack Oliphant mentioned earlier. Certainly nothing else in sight on the CCTV pictures, and hard to tell whether anything else is happening around the circuit in front of the commentary box window. Can't see anything out the commentary box window, and of course it's so dark out there it's pretty difficult to see things anyway, but in any case the safety car has been deployed. This is the 4th time of asking for the safety car. The safety car just turning through Brooklands at the moment and turning into Luffield to come across the line. The car's, this is an ideal opportunity for Trojan to stop if they want to, and I think it could well be that the leader has managed to pick up the Team Trojan car, 319. Whichever it is, the leader is peeling off and turning into the pit lane, accelerating as he does so, and no, absolutely pitch black, can't see that car's number at all. The lit up number on the back of the car is also illegible, I'm afraid. So safety car brings the queue through, and very quickly everybody getting bunched up behind the safety car. Certainly took them less time to, yes, into the pits did come Team Trojan, so may well have been that car that came in. So Team Trojan into the pits, car 319, and that then is Charlie Bingham into the pits. Auto Farm are still in the pits from their previous, which is now over 5 minutes, so 5.5 minutes is Auto Farm's stop. We've also got the fake taxi in the pits, car 312. Graham Coombs has brought that in. They're both in the pits for 5.5 minutes now, going on 6. So 2 cars out of the top 10 and a 3rd car out of the top 20, 451 MLP Developments into the pit lane as well. And that is one of the Walshes, either Max or Martin, bringing the car in. But it does tend to suggest that Auto Farm then with a problem, rather than just trying to take advantage of the safety car. Now there they go, they're back on their way again. 6 minutes lost on the pit stop by Mikey Wasty. Graham Coombs has also lost over 6 minutes, and the 451 MLP Developments car, that car turned around somewhat more quickly at 5 minutes 46. So Trojan will lose the lead as a result of being in the pit lane. They still are in the pit lane, 319. What they'll be trying to do is to get the car out again before the safety car comes round. And the safety car is currently on the Hamilton Straight, so they've got a little while yet. If they get him out just as the safety car's on the Wellington Straight, that's probably going to be good timing, and it may well be what Team Trojan is planning then, and then they'll lose time, but they won't lose the lap. They should therefore stay on the lead lap, so that will turn into a good move indeed for Team Trojan. Emax Motorsport has stayed out and will take over the lead of the race, and they will then have probably a 3 or 4 car advantage over Hybrid Tune. Safety car turning through the loop and heading onto the Wellington Straight now. But the track a little bit ahead of itself. The safety car still coming through Village, in fact. Pace of the safety car having slowed. It's already through Village, and now it will be turning out onto the Wellington Straight. Just looking close circuit TV to see. Here he comes now into the loop, so turning through the right-hander at Village, and then the left-hander at the loop, and then the second left-hander at Aintree. Here comes the safety car then down the Wellington Straight now, and it will be turning off the lights this time, and 319 Team Trojan has left the pit, so good pit stop from 319. They've got out, they've rejoined, and they haven't lost a lap. They lost the lead, but not a lap. So they could have done really with the safety car staying out for another lap. That would have been more helpful, but the one lap that it did complete, a certainly opportunity which was taken by the Trojan team. So Emax back to the lead of the race. They lead by what will be only 2 cars, I think, separating Emax from Hybrid Tune. And the 3 cars then nose to tail as the green flag waves at the start-finish, and away they go back onto the circuit. Safety car trundles into the pits, and safety car then releasing the field, and Emax then, actually their lead over Hybrid Tune is considerably larger than I thought it was going to be. There they go now. Oh no, 12 seconds. So 12 seconds at not quite racing speed, and then we'll see what kind of lap times they're both going to be able to do, because Team Trojan was lapping very effectively indeed in the 3 minutes 01s, 02s, and they were opening up the gap between themselves and the following cars. So 103 laps now on the board. Short time behind the safety car, and so the lead now held by 346 Emax Motorsport from 388 for Hybrid Tune, and then 449 the JW Bird car. And then who's going to come through next? Is it going to be BH Motorsport, or is it going to be Team Trojan? I think it's going to be Team Trojan, actually. They will only, because we were down to 4 cars on the lead lap at that point. And so I suspect the Team Trojan are going to come through in 4th place, having made that quick pit stop. Good tactical move. Is that Team Trojan coming through now? Wasn't them there, it's going to be them now. Yes, it is. So Team Trojan remain on the lead lap, and they're a minute and a half behind JW Bird, having made that stop. And 5:04 is the next up, 1 lap behind. 3:09 in 6th place. And then 4:20, the Cockwombles team. 3:82, 3:18. And 5:02, completing the top 10. And Majestic Motorsport back into the pits with 3:82. And that's a problem for them, I think, because that car has only just been in the pits. So Majestic Motorsport only out for 20 minutes, and then they get back into the pits again. A 3-minute stop and go penalty for a refueling infringement for car number 446. They are currently in the pits taking that penalty. That's a Tiptoe Auto Centre Racing. Oh dear, I mean, they were leading the race and they lost a lot of places getting the fuel on board, and then they did something wrong and they now have a further lap which they're going to have to lose as a result of a refueling infringement. So that'll put them 4 laps behind the race leaders. The feeling I'm right in saying that the Tipton Auto Centre Racing car did lead the race for a while. 446. Maybe not, actually. It's just worth making a note of those cars that have led the race. So actually find whether the 446 car ever did lead the race. They didn't quite, but they certainly came close. The Tipton Auto Centre Racing, they moved well up the border. And what was remarkable, of course, was merely the fact that they had stayed out for so long on that single tank full of fuel. So in total, we've had 9 different cars leading this race, and several changes of lead. But 9 different cars, they being 388, 347, 503, 318, 394, 450, 346, 382 and 319. The different cars that have led at various points. And the race leader at the moment is 346 with in the wheel of it at the moment, Jake Little. And so at the front it's Emax leading the way, with Jake Little then behind the wheel of the 346 car. 388 is just 14 seconds behind and lapping a little bit quicker, but still not as quick as the race leader. So 14 seconds the gap, first to second, a gap that is going up. A penalty for car 453 for avoidable contact. It's the Bianco Motorsport entry, which is outside the top 30. Three is currently in 43rd place, and they've got a 3-minute stop and go penalty for avoidable contact, so that's going to drop them another lap behind. They're already some 6 laps off the lead lap. The Charity Alliance car now going well again, the Sir Chris Hoy driven car. Chris, I think, off having a break, having lost the brakes earlier on and rolled the car, but to my knowledge that's the only roller that we've had in this year's Silverlake C1 Racing Series 24 hours. And what's happened to Endaf Owens, because Owens Motorsport is now causing us some headaches. 585 is stopped out on the circuit somewhere. I don't think that's a car that was at the last safety car. I think this is a new incident which has brought Endaf Owens' car to a halt. Certainly because the previous safety car was, we think, caused by the 414. And now the 585 car being shown as a car with a problem. Yes, and in fact they had an incident with car 312, the fake taxi, and Owens Motorsport. The Owens Motorsport car is not going round anymore, can't tell you any more than that. But there was an incident between it and the 312, the fake taxi car, and the fake taxi then has kept going, whereas the Owens Motorsport car has stopped. But no further action being taken on that one, and for the moment no indication of a safety car coming out, but still I'm blown if I know where the Owens car has stopped. So difficult to pick out on these closed circuit TV pictures in the dark. Can't work that one out at all. So Owen's still not moving though, that's more to the point. looking down at cars going rapidly. We said earlier on that the WRC developments car lapping quickly, and we suggested it might have been John Poulton driving it, and it's still the fastest car out there at the moment, 3:18. James Poulton, possibly the driver at the moment, and his last lap time was 3 minutes 0.915. Lapping in the 3-minute ones, we have not only the leader but also the 454 on the edge car with its cast of thousands. We had an idea it might be Mika Stanley at the wheel of the car, and as I say, that car putting in laps in the 3 minutes 01s, as is the race leader, as is Team Trojan, and that means that he's closing on the JW Bird Motorsport car, even though it's 1 minute and 17 seconds up the road. But that gap has come down from 1 minute and 30 now to 1 minute and 17 seconds in the last 4 laps. So if that's a margin that can be maintained, that would be very good indeed for Team Trojan. Car having started the race on the front row of the grid alongside the hybrid tune car, so the 2 fastest cars in qualifying, currently 2nd and 3rd. So with their faster drivers now at the wheel, but it does seem, well, no, maybe Hybrid Troon is coming back on song. 3 minutes 02 his last lap. So sometimes with cars you just leave them alone, keep driving them, they get quicker again. 3 minutes 04 the last time. Gap now up to 20 seconds, so Emax just extending the margin a little bit every lap between themselves and Hybrid Tune. JW Bird 3rd, Team Trojan 4th, those 4, actually 5 now on the lead lap, because BH Motorsport and SCK Motorsport, car 504, has got itself back onto the lead lap as well. 108 laps then completed, although the gap very nearly 3 minutes between the 2 of them, so very nearly a whole lap. Just wait for Team Trojan to come through and see what the latest lap time might be for 3:19. 3:01.731 was the most recent one. Compares very favourably to the best lap of the race, or the best lap of that car overall. Best lap it's done is a 3 minutes 1.0 and a 3 minute 1.7 on his last lap. Shows how hard the car's still being driven. So that might be Team Trojan just going through there. Now, and yes, 1 minute and 16 seconds, 3 minutes 1.7 again, so in a nice little groove is the Team Trojan car. And then 5:04 now onto the lead lap, I think. This is a car off at Woodcote, or at the exit of Luffield really, and it's come to grief very close to the edge of the circuit, but I can't tell from this distance who it might be. So yellow flags at Luffield. Yeah, so BH Motorsport just on the lead lap, with a lap time of 3 minutes 04, whilst the race leader doing laps in the 3 minutes 01 mark. They're not going to be on the lead lap for very much longer, I'm afraid. but for the moment at least 5:04 is on the lead lap. Just taking a short pause while we go and investigate this car that's off on the exit of Luffield. And the safety car out once more then to deal with this incident at the exit of Luffield. Car just stuck there on the exit of the corner. Just trying to again pick out who it might be. Linda Holmes being the most recent car reported as missing, but that is not he. It's 448 is the car that's come off there, and so that's safety car number 5. Team hard car of the lady drivers, which is off there. Car was fairly well down anyway, but 448 then was in 50th place, and is going to need a recovery unit. The car is not that far off the circuit, and yes, it is identifiable by the pink lipstick on the front of the car. And the rescue unit emerges from Brooklands to go and pick up the car. Just stuck the front left wheel. It looks like it might have actually had a drive shaft failure or something. The car going nowhere, and unusually for this safety car, nobody taking the opportunity to come into the pits this time around. So it's rescue unit in attendance. And then we'll be picking up the 448 car reasonably quickly. The marshal's running to the incident. Driver I can see safely out of the car, and he's getting into the rescue unit. The car's going to be hoisted onto the flatbed laps again behind the safety car. This being the 5th safety car. Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? And together we've had 8 laps of racing behind the safety car. If you can have racing behind the safety car, it goes through again now. Quite a few coming into the pits. Well, 1, 2 cars coming into the pits. 3, 4 cars, 5 cars coming into the pits. So not a bad opportunity to come in. Riverside Performance 393 into the pits. 373 coming into the pits. And then 454, 375, 537 and 499 all making their way in as well. So 337, 315, 499, 537, 375 and 454. 454 being the only one of those amongst the top 10, and that's the on the edge car. No, they're going to lose time, but that's going to be an interesting call from on the edge to make their stop. Depends how quick they're going to be able to stop, but if they can get out again before the safety car comes round again, just by doing a short refueling stop, that could be a good strategic move, because you'll just be able to join in the tail behind the safety car. So the pit board's being shown here and there, and then of course it's important when you are shown the pit board that the driver himself acknowledges having seen it, so that the team knows that the message has got through. Safety car still out, but the car has been cleared now, and because of where it came to rest on the exit of Luffield, the rescue unit is able to go straight into the pit lane and bring the car in on the back of the flatbed recovery unit. And it is the Team Hard car. As I say, with damage unknown as the car goes down into the pit lane. The Patrick Watts car, 507, the troubled car, also makes its way into the pit lane. But the safety car, in theory, should be able to pull off this time. The field all nicely lined up behind it. The race leader just about slap bang in the middle of the safety car queue. Still an awful lot of cars out there, and so it does really bunch up a huge group of cars when the safety car comes out. Safety car just making its way up the Wellington Straight at the moment. So if you are in the pit lane, plenty of time yet to not come out onto the track. Pretty slow safety car lap, but I'm pretty sure it will be coming in at the end of this lap. And so really, when you're ready to go, you might as well go, because the race will be on as soon as the safety car gets around. So if you have made a pit stop, to try and take advantage of the safety car being out, you've put in the fuel that you need, get on with it, get out there and continue to chase back, because you can be going at full speed whilst everybody else is going slowly behind the safety car. By the time you catch up with the tail, the safety car will have pulled off. Onto the Wellington Straight goes the safety car, lights now out. It pulls away, opens up a gap between himself and the field, and then we'll see the whole field snaking through, and getting on with the racing once again. So the gap first to second is fairly small, but the safety car has artificially increased the gap between second and third. So 4:49, JW Bird has had the rough end of the safety car lottery that time, and what was a 25-second gap will have gone up to 2 minutes and something. So hard lines, bad luck for JW Bird Motorsport and Team Trojan. Good luck for Hybrid Tune that time. I suppose they would claim they had the rough end of the luck earlier. Now they're getting the good end of the luck. 111 laps now completed then for the race leaders. It's still Emax Motorsport leading the way, car 346. Hybrid Tune just 4.5 seconds behind. And we get a big gap back to 4:49, JW Bird. But Team Trojan not very far behind at all. So by my reckoning, as they come through with 112 laps on the board, we've got 4.5 seconds separating the first two, and then three other cars, 449, 319 and 504, all on the lead lap. And then we've got 309, 420 and 318, one lap behind, and 502, 506, 399 and 450, all 2 laps behind. Welcome back. Sorry for the short interlude. Back into the pits come Team Trojan, and this is the 319 car. Now lost 2 laps. In fact, now lost 3 laps on the race leaders. This is 319 car. The car has been in the pits for 6 minutes now, and it was an unscheduled pit stop anyway for this car, the 319. So, not quite sure what the problem might be, but we thought they might be taking advantage of some slightly clever strategy, but if they were doing, and they were up in the top 3, challenging for the lead, but it didn't quite work out for them, and the car seems now to have gone wrong on them. So the 319 car dropping back, Team Trojan, out of the top 10 now, and 3 laps off the lead lap. We are over 6 hours into the race, so 1/4 of the way through, and still the leading group of cars have all made 2 pit stops and no more, and certainly they would appear to be able to go for more than 2 hours on a tank full of fuel, in some cases as long as 2 hours and 20 minutes. So not really expecting the next round of pit stops for another 1/4 of an hour or so at least, until we get them in, and then we'll see whether or not we get another shuffle around of the race order once the pit stops are all done and dusted. But for the moment, as I say, the fuel load lightening in most of them as far as the leading group is concerned. The leading 2 separated by nothing at all. They're nose to tail out on the circuit. Emax Motorsport and Hybrid Tune. See if you can spot them if you are around the circuit. 346 and 388 around the loop area of the circuit at the moment, at going through Aintree into the Wellington Straight. Big group of cars they're in amongst, and so we might even get a change of lead on this lap with Hybrid Tune certainly now in tune. Nothing wrong with that car, whether it was Sam Weller or one of the drivers, but let's see who goes through. This is the big group ahead of the race leaders. Race leaders theoretically in this group now that's coming out of Luffield. .346 and 388. Going through this time, it was a quicker lap by Emax, and the gap goes up a bit, so 1.4 seconds is all the gap is, first to second. And another penalty for a car in the top 10. Car number 502 penalised 1 minute stop and go for crowding another competitor. So not making contact but crowding him. And so 502, the SCK Motorsport B8 Motorsport car. Having circulating at the moment in 8th place. So that car will have to come in to serve that penalty, and that will put him on 3 pit stops, everybody else just on 2. In comes JW Bird with the 449 car. Now, is this the first of the routine stops? I think perhaps it might be. So 449 makes its routine stop with 6 hours, 20 minutes on the clock. And Trojan, I told you he'd come in unscheduled, but he's still there, 319, and has now been there for 12 minutes, so it looks like a, I'd say insurmountable problem, but a severe enough problem which is going to drop Team Trojan at the moment out of the top 10, and ultimately, well, it's dropped him down to 25th place already, and so I think the penalty as well for Team Trojan, just too much for that team, and they're no longer going to be competing for a position in the top 10. and with 6 hours and 28 minutes of the race elapsed, we go safety car again. It's the 6th time, and we'll work out why the safety car has been deployed for this occasion. Amigo Motorsport is in the pit, so they are not the reason. Let's just see who else could be. Down on the screen, 370 possibly. Currently in 59th place, and not sure where he is on the track. Again, the cloak of darkness making it difficult to spot who might be where. Headlights coming out of Luffield, but they're moving at safety car pace. There's potentially a yellow flag being shown at Cops Corner. Let's take a stab at it being somewhere around Cops. Yes, I do believe there is something off the circuit at the exit of Cops Corner. Oh, and it's a car with its wheels in the air, unfortunately. Somebody has taken a tumble at Cops Corner. Driver's out of the car, first thing to say. Most importantly, he's standing on the tyre wall, and I do believe it might be car number 525, which is the Schnitzer C1. It is indeed. So 525 Schnitzer C1 on its roof. So that's the second car to have been on its roof, but unfortunately, unlike the Charity Alliance car, which rolled over, that car finished up on all four wheels. This one has finished up with its wheels in the air, so it'll take a little bit longer to effect the recovery. I think it might have stopped short of the barrier though, so hopefully we won't have any, if not not very much, barrier repair work to do. So on the exit of Cops Corner, Schlitzer C1 out of the car, and they were currently lying in, well, they were in 34th place. They've already dropped to 35th in the order. But as I say, this could be a slightly longer safety car period whilst the car is dumped back on its wheels. But it's back on all four wheels now. So 525. Not one of our recent pit stoppers, so I can't tell you who might have been at the wheel, but it does have the effect of bunching up the field once again. And once again, it's the two, in fact the top four cars all in the pits at the moment. So taking this chance, and this is ideal timing really for the third pit stop, 6 hours 30 into the race. Perfect timing to come into the pits. The only car not to come in is the Cock Womble's car, number 420. And as a result of not making its pit stop. This will be the Cockwomble's turn to lead the race. I don't think they have led just yet. So becomes the 10th car to lead the race, car 420. Hasn't actually happened yet. And the Cockwombles come into the pits anyway before they get a chance to lead the race. So rather than stay out and have their moment of glory in the lead, they've come into the pits as well. So a huge number of cars in the pits. Shame we don't have any of our pit reporters there, because it would be very busy indeed for them down there. So 5:07 was the first one in. That happened before the safety car came out. 3:88 is the fastest turnaround. That's the hybrid tune motorsport car. They want to make sure they get back out before the safety car comes round and they lose any more time. So 3:88 hybrid tune back out on the circuit. 3:46 is back out on the circuit as well. Both of those having made pit stops. Now, who got out first? 3:46, 3:88. It was 3:88. So 3:88 out on the circuit ahead of the 3:46, but the two of them nose to tail. Now, what's wrong with the power of the hybrid tune motorsport team? I don't know. Are they going to be able to keep themselves ahead? We're going to have a battle royal, that's for sure, between hybrid tune and Emax. The two of them coming out of the pits pretty much together, but with 3:88 hybrid tune just ahead of Emax. Those two are on the same lap as the Cockwombles, but Cockwombles still in the pits, provided they can get out. This is a 420 car. Provided they can get out before the safety car comes around, that will be all right for them. The safety car is currently coming into Club Corner, I think. Is that the safety car that I'm just seeing? Yes, it is. So Club Corner is where the safety car is, turning right through the first part, right through the second part, up onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, and still Cockwombles in the pits. 5:04 and 3:09 are already out. 5:04 having turned their car around relatively slowly, but getting out, and also 3:09 fighting Torque back out on the circuit. So they're going to end up being third and fourth, and on the lead lap. So we're going to have 4, possibly 5 cars on the lead lap. The roller has been recovered, and the safety car is going to be coming in this lap. So, as I said before, if you're in the pit lane and are ready to go, now is the time to get on with it. Even though the safety car hasn't yet come around, by the time it gets around, you'll have caught up with them and will be at full racing speed. And of course, you still need to put fuel in. Desperately difficult to decide. So, strong possibility that some of the teams not with a full tank of fuel. Although all of the pit stops around about the 5-minute mark, the only one close to 5 minutes being the 4:74, which is Clapham North MOT, of course. It's had its problems already, and they turned their car around in just under 5 minutes. 5:02 back out on the circuit now. That's the SCK Motorsport car, Kyle Reed's car. Here comes the safety car into the pit lane, and the green flag being prepared at the start-finish line. And away they go. Green flag shown, green lights being waved, green lights being flashed, and so as soon as you cross the start-finish line, overtaking is once more permissible, and we'll look for the gap between the two race leaders, and 4 cars then on the lead lap, except for the Cottwombles. 420 still in the pits. 5 minutes now in the pit lane for the Cottwombles team. 5:06 the Patrick Watts entry, Patrick Watts Motorsport entry is out. He will join just as the pack goes past at the end of the pit lane. 5 minutes 10 in the pits for the 5:06 car. Patrick Watts racing car up into 8th place, so not dicing with the leaders, but what is he, 2 laps behind the race leader. And the Cottwombles car, their pit stop increasingly worrisome long. Other cars with particularly long pit stops. I mentioned Team Trojan. That car's still in the pits. It's been there over half an hour. 537 has been there for over 20 minutes. 537 is the BPC tuning car. And then the other car that's been there a while, I already mentioned 507, the other Patrick Watts car. 495 is still in the pits for Jelly Snake Racing. That car not in the top 30. So back to green flag. And that again, I think, was a 2-lap time under safety car. Maybe even 1 lap under the safety car that time, according to the count. So the change of lead we were talking about has happened. Hybrid Tune Motorsport take over in the lead of the race. 4 minutes 4.081 seconds is their gap. 4.081 separates Hybrid Tune from Emax Motorsport, first and second. Cottwombles is now back on the track, and somehow they've managed to stay on the lead lap despite a 6.5 minute stop. They use that to their advantage. Now, I think when they come through, we'll find JW Bird Motorsport up into 3rd place. Yes, we do. So JW Bird is 3rd, Cottwombles 4th, Fighting Torque is 5th, and BH Motorsport, SCK Motorsport is 6th. So numbers, 388 leads and goes through. Has a lead of some 4 or 5 seconds from Emax Motorsport in 2nd place, 346. 6 seconds is the gap as they get fully up to speed, and 3 seconds lost on that lap by Emax. And more importantly is that the 3rd pit stop is now safely done and dusted, and we're now looking at 8.5 hours into the race before we get the next round of scheduled pit stops. Anything before there for the leading group must be regarded as being an unscheduled stop. 123 laps completed for the race leaders. So 388 leads, 346 is second, 6.8 seconds behind. 449 is third, 309 is fourth, 504 is fifth, 420 is sixth, 318 is seventh, 521 is 8th, and 352 is 9th, with the top 10 being rounded out by 382. That's Majestic Motorsport, the very highly economical Majestic Motorsport, who led the race earlier on. The A-team getting themselves into the top 10. Auto Farm, despite that extra pit stop, always a pit stop in fact, but they made their pit stop a bit earlier on, so they're on a slightly different fuel strategy to the rest. Hopefully as the race progresses, we'll be able to bring you information about who is due in at which stage, but we'll do that once we get the rest of the live streaming team back on board, and I can devote myself to looking at that type of stint length comparison. Right, leaders gone through, first and second. No, they haven't done yet, have they? Still waiting for JW Bird and crew to come through. There he is, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. In third place, and then before we get fighting talk, they are the first cars a lap behind. So 3 cars on the lead lap. 309 fighting talk, 1 lap behind. And then it's the 504 car 5th. And doesn't it always happen? Safety cars breed safety cars. Another one off at Copse. The exit of Copse, almost exactly the same place where the previous car rolled. So just as well we got rid of it. And this time it's the 533 car, which has, I don't think rolled. I think it's just understeered straight on at Copse Corner. 533. Being the Misty Racing car of Philip Pyle, Kiefer Del Piero, Mike Oldknow and Paul Brown. And this is going to need another safety car, you know. I can't see them getting rid of that car with, or I should say, I can't see them recovering that car without having to bring a safety car into it. But the Misty Racing car then off at Copse Corner, and a 7th safety car is very likely in my view. Hello to Martin Short, listening to us at home. What on earth should he be doing at this time of night on a Saturday night, midnight? You really should be getting to bed. Martin Short, a previous competitor, of course, at this event, and it would be good to have seen him here this year as well, because it was a strong entry, and it's sort of racing that Martin enjoys. Martin, having shared the driving at the Race of Remembrance with son Morgan last year, and pretty sure he's shared with both Marcus and Morgan at this race in the past, but no Citroen C1 entry from the Roll Centre team. The green flag being displayed once again. That was a very short safety car to deal with that car. It was the Misty Racing car, wasn't it, that just came off, the 533 car. So back to green flag racing very quickly after that very quick safety car interlude. Fighting Talk is in the pits at the moment. That's the 309 car. And also 420, the Cop Wombles back in the pits. It wasn't that long that 420 went out, was it? I seem to remember they had a pit stop fairly recently. And yes, they did. And so the Cop Wombles back into the pits again. It was a 6.5 minute stop on the last occasion. They've got another safety car now, which they've come in, but it's gone green already, and so it's a green flag stop in effect for the Cop Wombles team, and they're going to be dropping out of the top 10 if they're not careful, depending how much longer this stop goes on for. Fighting Talk generally stop later than cars around them, so move up the order as they do so, but are a lap off the race lead, so still just the two cars at the front. And at the moment, Hybrid Tune may be in amongst the traffic and not lapping as quickly as they'd like to, but they're lapping more quickly than Emax Motorsport, so they're extending their lead margin at the moment. So further update from Martin Short over there in Cambridgeshire. Both his sons, Marcus and Morgan, are going to be driving a Moser next weekend at Donington Park, and they would have liked to have done it this year, but just wasn't possible to fit everything in. And in answer to the question, what happened to the fake taxi car, of course that was the car which had the Martin Short connection anyway, because of Ian Stanton and Graham Coombs on the driving strength. Currently that car is a long way down. Let me just double check. for 24th place overall, so it's still in the mix. 122 laps completed compared to the leaders' 126. Had a couple of silly penalties and one unscheduled pit stop. I think it was the story of the fake taxis run up until now. It was really to be up amongst the leaders, you need to have had no problems at all and just be quick in the pits as well, whereas fake taxi had at least one extra pit stop and a penalty, so they've done 5 pit stops, whereas the leaders have only done 3, and the schedule at this stage in the race would be to have completed 3 pit stops. Hybrid Tune getting down to some reasonably quick lap times. Emax not being able to keep up the pace at the moment after that last pit stop. I suspect that the latest driver who's got in the Emax car, 346, just not as comfortable in the car as the previous one. 346 Emax. It was Jake Little in the car, wasn't it? I'm trying to work out who is now behind the wheel. And the screen just tells me that Jake Little was the last car in the last driver in the car, but of course we kind of knew that. The fake taxi 312 is possibly Graham Coombs again behind the wheel of that car. Only 3 drivers lined up in the 312. Graham Coombs being joined by Ian Stint and Alistair May. All the pit stops that we just saw have now been completed. So we've got the Cock-Wombles back on the track. We've got the Fighting Torque car back on the track. Fighting Torque in car 309, a slightly longer pit stop. The most recent one was only 3 minutes 30, whereas the 420 car, the Cock-Wombles, doing a 1 minute 34 second pit stop, so very quick. And also a quick stop from 533. It might have been a penalty that the 533 car took, being the Misty Racing car. Oh no, of course, that's the car which caused the last safety car, and it's come in having been recovered to the pit and then clearing out the gravel and getting on its way again. So hopefully now, with full tanks of fuel all round, certainly most cars with a full tank of fuel, will be able to get on with some good racing. Over 3 back in the race again after a very long pit stop. Some 2 hours and 23 minutes spent in the pits for the 503, but they're now back out on the circuit. So where is 503 in the order after a 2-hour pit stop? The answer has to be quite a long way down. Yeah, 58th. Only cars behind it being 370, which I have my suspicions might be a retirement. 347, which is definitely a retirement. And the who's the 61st car? Is it still the Charity Alliance car? No, it's Riverside Performance. And they're in the pits, but have only completed 58 laps for the 447. So another stop and go penalty for overtaking under the safety car, this time for the 337. The Burton Power Racing car, Andy Burton, Stephen Gilbert, Tommy Valentine and Kyle Sagar. And where is the 337? In 24th place, so just behind the fake taxi, in fact, on 125 laps. So the stop and go penalty won't be too much of a penalty. It'll won't drop it as much as a lap, just probably about 20-30 seconds by the time you've gone down, taken the entire pit lane at 40 kilometers per hour. But certainly a penalty that Burton Power could have done without. They have in a bit of a battle with the fake taxi. They've got 10 seconds of an advantage on the car immediately behind them, and then a bit larger of a margin behind that. Behind them is the Tipton Auto Centre racing car. Emax Motorsport are, I wouldn't say in the process of losing the race, because that would be over-egging the pudding, but they're losing at least 4 seconds a lap on this stint. Whoever it is behind the wheel isn't able to match the lap times of the hybrid tune car, and that means that Emax are falling further and further back from the hybrid tune car. 388 and 346. When the safety car pulled in at the end of lap 123, the gap was 6.8 seconds. It's now up to 47 seconds, and yeah, so even though hybrid tune may not be quite lapping as quickly as they want to, they've certainly opened up the gap between themselves and Emax to be very comfortable indeed. Now, of course, it may so happen that before the next round of pit stops there's another safety car and it squashes the gap down again, which is what Emax will be hoping for, but it might not happen that way, in which case Emax will be losing quite a lot of ground on the hybrid tune motorsport car. Last year's winners. In comes the A team, car 352 from 7th place. Team with car number 352. Luke Pullen is the man who brings the car in. The 3-driver team. And also in at the moment is 328. The WRC Developments team car, which was Kevin McGlone driving it, so it's had Eric Holstein, Philip Payne and Kevin McGlone driving it so far as I know. So another hour is completed. And 7 hours and 7 minutes on the clock now. So this race having started a little bit before 5 to 6. It was scheduled to start at 5 to 6, but we actually started a wee bit before that. So we'll be finishing a wee bit before 5 to 6 on Sunday evening. This evening, I suppose I can say now, because we are into Sunday morning, in fact gone 1 o'clock in the morning, so 7 hours and a bit gone, and it's still 388 from 346. leading the way with the gap increasing by 3 or 4 seconds every lap, and it's now up to 51 seconds. That still only represents a third of a lap, so they're going to have to keep on at this pace for a wee while yet in order to put a full lap on the Emax Motorsport car. And whilst the gap is going up between Hybrid Tune in the lead and Emax Motorsport in second place, the gap is coming down between the second place car, Emax number 346, and the third place car, number 449. Now we've got a safety car again, and what's it for this time? We'll try and find out, but all depending on where the safety car emerges could affect this battle for the lead. The leader is actually probably going to get held up about the same amount as the Emax car, so the gap will come down first to second, and the question is whether the JW Bird car got through as well, which might mean that the top three all close up. I wouldn't have thought there'll be very many coming into the pits this time. So the safety car is deployed for the 8th time this time. 7th time, 8th time, yes. Safety car 8. And reason for it this time, we'll tell you as soon as we can work it out. Looking around the closed circuit TV screens. Nothing apparent, I have to say. Lots of flashing yellow going around the circuit. But that's just the boards announcing the safety car. Could it be 525 again? So 525 is being shown as being missing, and that car was on its roof, went back to the paddock. I thought it came out again, but it's quite possible that 525 has stopped out on the circuit again. I'm not quite sure where is the only issue that we have with that theory. So 525 not in the pit lane, and was it maybe on the circuit? I don't think. Possibly at the loop, he thinks. Doesn't seem to be anything at the right-hander at Village. camera at Brooklands seems to have broken. Oh no, it's back. Must be my finger trouble. So the safety car out again, and you can only take a guess that it might be the 525 car. Several cars coming into the pits. And this time 311, 382, 558 and 396 making the call to the pit lane. Most significant of those in terms of leaders being 382, the Majestic Motorsport car, and 382 currently in the hands of Jonathan Taylor, sharing with Jeff and Greg Richardson. And certainly by process of elimination, I'm pretty sure that the errant car is the 525 Schnitzer C1. Or could it be 375? That would be more likely. Yeah, 375 is now showing on the screen, being the performance preparation car in 33rd place. So, still don't know whereabouts it is, but I think that's a more likely culprit. So 375 stopped circulating, and it's not clear where it is. It could be on the Hamilton Straight, opposite the Grand Prix pits, possibly. And to take it back, because having looked at that closed circuit screen, it doesn't give me any indication at all. So safety car continues to circulate. And this safety car period turning into one of the longer ones. 2 laps so far served, and unless it comes in this time around, we're going to get a third one. He's making his way down the Wellington Straight at the moment. No, he's not. He's still... Where's the safety car? There we are, just going out of Farm up towards the right-hander at Village is our safety car, and so if all goes well, we'll be able to get him off this time around. But the light's still flashing on the roof as he turns into the loop, and then turning through the left-handers of the loop and Aintree, and we'll have the safety car then coming down the Wellington Straight, and I'll be able to tell you whether or not the lights have gone out. So far, this would be the longest safety car period. No, the light's still on the safety car as it heads down the Wellington Straight, so it's going to be a slightly longer safety car period for the recovery of 375 than we've had before in the previous 7 safety car periods. So first, second and third separated by 30 seconds of safety car time, each of them. 30 seconds first to second, 30 seconds third to fourth, sorry, second to third, and then third to fourth are a lap behind, and then we've got 3 cars 1 lap behind, and 8 cars 2 laps behind, although Majestic Motorsport will be dropping out of that group, making it 7 cars, I fancy. Yeah, Majestic then remain on 131 laps while they receive service in the pits. Also in the pits is 451 MLP Developments. And the 339 car is also in the pits, TOF. Move slowly across the start-finish line this time. Almost coming to a complete standstill, in fact. But if there's extra little bit of communication going on between driver and pit wall, which is slowing some of them down a bit. So the gap between 4th and 5th is very close indeed. So 504 and 318 in 4th and 5th places, 504 being the BH SCK Motorsport entry, 318 being the WRC Developments car, David Drinkwater's team. And those two very close together. Auto Farm on the same lap, but a couple or 3 cars behind, and it's just those 3 cars. So 3 cars on the lead lap, 3 cars 1 lap behind, and it was 8, it's now 7 cars. Correct, that's 6 cars, 2 laps behind. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. With Majestic Motorsport having dropped off that group, and Mellow Yellow also dropping away from that group to be 3 laps behind the race leader now. Still safety car, and we'll let you know when we get the message to inform us that it's coming in this lap. So safety car lights are out, and he's pulling into the pit lane this time, and we're going to be back to green flag racing as they cross the line this time, and some very close dicing going on as they headed towards the start finish line. Not really supposed to overtake until you get to the control line, but I reckon there was, well, they were certainly approaching 4 cars abreast as they went across the start finish line. So it was all a bit close, as some people got better starts than others, and so importantly we are back to green flag racing then, and say that last safety car lasting a little bit longer, and I think altogether it was about 4 laps. And at the end of this lap, we will have completed 7 hours and not quite 7.5 hours, 7 hours 28 minutes of the race and 136 laps, and we'll be able to tell you what the realistic gap is first and second, because the gap that we've got at the moment, 23 seconds, is including the safety car effect, which means that it should be less than that when we actually are able to time it at racing speed. Most of those 3-lap penalties for not providing the data at the pit stop, this time for car number 450. It's the Amigo Motors, the Norwegian team, 450, and they've been getting on with things, keeping under the radar a little bit, except for a 3-lap penalty. So that 450, got to have some kind of sympathy for the team. 16th place they got themselves up to, the Amigo Motorsport car, and 132 laps. They were just 3 laps off the lead lap, but they're going to get a 3-lap penalty, which is going to whack them back to being 6 laps off the race lead, and that's going to push them down onto the second timing screen, in other words, outside of the top 30. So it's desperately bad luck, but yeah, bad organisation. It's a stiff penalty for something which actually gives you no performance advantage. I'll express it that way. So 3:88 then, 136 laps completed, 3 minutes 06 the lap time, and the gap first to second creeping up. I think it would be a little bit less due to the safety car than it was, but hybrid certainly getting going very nicely indeed, and the gap first to second now 26 seconds, so the second place car losing out once again to the tune of around 3 seconds to the race leader. And in fact JW Bird Motorsport are now right on their heels, so it's going to be JW Bird challenging for second place in this race very soon. 3 cars on the lead lap, but JW Bird then look like they're going to be in a position to challenge for second. .388 lead the way by 26 seconds from 346. 349, 449, beg your pardon, is in third place by not very much, and then 3:18 is 1 lap behind. Yeah, Auto Farm, who's talking of keeping under the radar there, doing what the plan was, staying out of trouble, clearing, keeping out of penalty land, and lapping, not the fastest car out there, but quick enough to be in a comfortable 5th position at the moment, ahead of 5:04, who is 6th. Those only just ahead of 5:04, 1.8 seconds, but it was a slow lap. So they've managed to just, on that last lap, get past the BH Motorsport car, and Auto Farm on the money with a quick overtaking move at the beginning of the green flag period. So 5:04 in 6th place, the last of the -1 lappers, and then -2 laps for 20. 4:54 and 3:99. And then in 10th place is 3:09. And 3:09 is the first of the cars to be 3 laps behind. And 2 more penalties, 2 cars in the top 10, top 20. One of them is a 50-second stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's for car 310, which is currently 19th. That's the Scuderia Polo Rosso. Haven't talked about that car for a while, but Scuderia Polo Rosso, then car number 310, 19th in the positions, and they're going to have to come in and serve a 50-second stop and go, and then a 60-second stop and go for car 309, and that's the 10th place car of Fighting Torque. Got a feeling that's the second penalty they've had. More than 4 people working on the car. So strict application of the regulations, and I don't know what cause there is to appeal, whether there already has been an investigation of video footage. But if it's just a matter of having the foot over the line to be defined as working on the car, then it is certainly very stringent, and a 60-second stop-and-go penalty there for car 309. The Fighting Torque team will drop them another lap. It's not actually a lap penalty, but they are close enough to being 3 laps behind. They're not quite 3 laps behind at the moment, but they will be once they've taken that penalty. So JW Bird, as we expected, go through into second place and are now 26 seconds behind Hybrid Tune. So instead of having a battle between Hybrid Tune and Emax, as we had a couple of hours ago, we're now looking at a fight between Hybrid Tune and JW Motorsport, JW Bird Motorsport, and what's going to happen there? 3 minutes 02.440 was the last lap from JW Bird. 3 minutes 05.5, so that's 3 seconds gain made on that lap. 26 seconds is the gap. There's enough fuel on board to watch this one come all the way down. Let's keep an eye on that in the next half hour or so. Not quite ready for the next round of pit stops just yet, although this time of night, time does tend to tick around fairly quickly. 7 hours and 35 minutes gone. So, yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that gap and let you know when it comes down a little bit more. 26.7 it is, first to second, with JW Bird currently lapping much more quickly than the Hybrid Tune car in the lead. And yet another safety car, I'm afraid, with 7 hours and 40 minutes on the clock. And so depending where the safety car comes out, this could either well, help JW Bird Motorsport, but that was inevitable anyway, or really play against them. They've got to cross the line, both of them now, and I think the safety car is not going to be able to get between them because it's already out there. Just have a look at the old tracker. Yeah, safety. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens next time around. But the gap first to second as they came through this time was 20 seconds. And Emax Motorsport, they've been handed a gift on a plate because they've come round in third place, also completing 140 laps with a gap of just 17 seconds. So first, second and third, after this latest safety car, is going to be very close indeed. It's good news if you like safety car racing, but say the current spate of safety cars is restricting the ability of people to get into a nice working rhythm. Now, is that the Stowe corner camera that is picking up something? I think it is. And I can see a car, yes, off on to the right-hand side of Stowe corner. On the inside, therefore, of the circuit as they head down into Stowe. And which car it is, we'll have to wait and see if the camera can pick it up. At the moment, the joystick being moved a little bit too far to the left, and recovery unit being dispatched then down there. Could it be 470? That's the most recent one to have appeared. 375 was the previous one. 470 recovery this time. And so instead of getting a nice on-track move for the race lead, we'll sort of get one because we're not going to have any overtaking done under the safety car, but and I think with that car just seeming to have ground to a halt on the Hanger Straight, really hasn't reached Stowe corner. It's very much more on Hanger Straight, and the safety car then putting them round. There's our Hanger Straight picture tellers. The car's quite a long way down Hanger Straight, so it is very close to Stowe. But more likely a mechanical breakdown than a accident there at Stowe corner. So the 470 currently running in 43rd place, and having a troubled run so far, and still further trouble as it reaches the 1/3 distance, very nearly at 1/3 distance of this 24-hour race. The safety car staying out. One car headed for the pits. Not quite sure which one that is, but only one at the moment headed for the pits. 2, 3, 2 more heading down the pit lane now, and just looking to see if any of the top ones choose to come in. It might be an opportunity. Depends how regular these safety cars are going to be. Earlier on, I would have said they were pretty rare, but we're getting them thick and fast at the moment. Fighting Talk is into the pits again. And Auto Farm chooses this moment to come in. Now, they came in early once before, and once again we get this big concertina effect on the start-finish straight as the line of cars going down start-finish crawls almost to a halt. And so Auto Farm 521 comes into the pit lane. And that's Steve Wood bringing the car in, and just wonder if this is an opportunity for them just to top off the fuel. I was about to say, this is not a bad time to come in and top it off. You're probably about half an hour earlier than you would do so ideally, but put in a single churn now and then worry about getting the second churn in a little bit later perhaps. 373 has been in for quite a while. 309 back out and on his way. So Fighting Talk, a very short pit stop, 1 minute and 23 seconds, barely enough for a single churn of fuel to go in. So that may, not quite sure what it may have been, 1 minute and 23 seconds in the pit lane for car number 309. They definitely won't lose a lap. So Fighting Talk will be able to nip around and catch up with the tail of the safety car and stay on 139 laps, so 2 laps off the lead lap. 3 cars still on the lead lap, including the leader. 3 cars 1 lap behind, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lap cars are 2 laps behind. The way things stand at the moment. And Emax then being given a stay of execution. JW Bird were going to try and close in on Hybrid Tune, and we're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to continue to do that. What's happening to this car at Stoke Corner? Tell you because I've lost it. I think it's been recovered, so we're going to be able to go racing again when the cars get to the start finish line. I'm pretty sure of that. Keep an eye on the Wellington Straight and see what happens to the lights on the safety car. Already turning through Abbey, heading up towards Village and through the loop, out of Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, and the safety car lights are, I want to say they're out, but I'm being blinded by headlights. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were out. So the safety car, I think, is going to be coming in this lap. We'll keep an eye on the cars through the binoculars as they emerge from behind the BRDC suite. And yes, safety car lights are out. The safety car will be pulling in at the end of this lap, and Auto Farm need to get back out onto the circuit to avoid going a further lap down. They do. So off they go, and they will be able to rejoin just before the leading group comes through. So good timing from Auto Farm. Leading cars hurtle across the start-finish line back up to full racing speed, and Auto Farm, having topped up their fuel, as I say, they did this before and it didn't really work out for them, but trying it again. there's some wise heads in the crew at Auto Farm, so they may well have got that call right. Currently 5th, but they'll have lost ground as a result of the pit stop. But they'll remain they should remain 1 lap behind the race leader. And they will do, but it'll be 1 lap plus quite a lot. But better than being 2 laps behind. So 10 seconds is all that separates first from second now. Who's got the faster driver aboard? Is it Hybrid Tune 388 or is it JW Bird Motorsport 449? Because whoever's got the quicker driver, I suspect, is going to come out on top. We're pretty sure that Emax doesn't have their quickest driver aboard their car at the moment. Those are the 3 who are on the lead lap. And would you believe we're back to code 6, back to safety car. Falling into the habit of talking about other series there. Back to a safety car then. It was barely a lap of green flag running and already back to the safety car. Not yet 8 hours into the race. That is our 10th one, so it was 7 hours and 40 minutes when we had safety car number 9, safety car number 10 arriving 7 hours and 53 minutes. So take away the time out on the circuit and yeah, we wouldn't even have a full lap there. So very frustrating for everybody. The situation. But the marshal's being kept very busy out there on the circuit, and poor old safety car barely had time to get back to its position at Copse Corner before it was called out again. And who is it this time? 470 is being shown as stopped, but we knew about that one. 375 has been shown as being stopped. We knew about that one. 525 we knew about. And we knew about 370, and we knew about 347. Keep on on looking at the CCTV, although that generally doesn't show me anything. Safety car leading them round club corner at the moment. They're now on the Hamilton Straight, International Pit Straight. There is a large number of cars on the Hamilton Straight, and I just wonder if one of them does have a problem. So looking down at the Beckett's S's for any sign of somebody having come off there, but no sign of anybody there either. So still waiting on there. I think it's 5:07 again. So the Patrick Watts racing team seems to be the culprit or the victim. So 5:07. Seems to have come off somewhere. Safety car continues around, completing another lap this time. None of the top 10 making a pit stop. Scuderia Polo Rosso, the leading car that was in the pits already, car 310, that's in 25th place. Everybody ahead of him out on the circuit. And, well, question, is that the right call, or is it worth just hanging on for a bit more fuel? Now I can see where the problem is. It's at Luffield, and that's where the Patrick Watts car is pointing in the wrong direction. How and why it got there, hard to say. It's not a place you would come off, because you're turning through Luffield at that point. So Luffield would appear to be the nemesis for Patrick Watts' car. Car hopefully won't take too long to remove, and from this distance, looking through the binoculars in pitch black, all I can say is I don't think he's hit any barriers. So marshals returning to their position behind the wall. The recovery unit's done its job, and 5:07 Patrick Watts Racing is back underway. think is actually just going to be able to continue quite happily on its way. Goes crossing start finish now. Yep, there he goes. So Patrick Watts, having caused the car, I say it's not the team in which Patrick Watts is driving, but it's the 507 being the Jack Lemmer car, but I don't think it will have cycled all the way around to Jack already. So either Ludo or Merlin Glanville would be my shot, although it might have cycled round to Jack Lemmer, that car having had all manner of problems in this race, and very disappointed for Patrick and his team, but a character building weekend for young Jack Lemmer, but not one that he'll want to remember, I don't think. 44th overall is where he lies, 12 laps behind the race leader. So where are we? Coming down the Wellington Straight yet. The safety car train already through Abbey and the loop. Here they are now coming out of Aintree and heading down the Wellington Straight. Most certainly safety car lights will be out, yes they are, and heading down the Wellington Straight at a reasonable pace this time, not slowing them down as much as the field is sometimes slowed down, and hopefully this time we'll be able to get underway for a reasonable length of time. So the cars being led around. Hybrid Tune Motorsport lead the race by 6.4 seconds last time around. We'll see what the gap is when we work out where the various cars are. They increase their pace as one long train, this time nice and orderly, nose to tail, so everybody getting the restart pretty much spot on right. Still one more taking to the pit lane. And another pit caller in the shape this time of 393. The 393 being the Riverside Performance car of the Christopher family, and in 22nd place overall, keeping itself out of trouble, that car, the leading of the Riverside Performance team cars. Kind of keeping an eye on the bottom third of the top 30, so from 20th to 30th positions, not cars that have been challenging for the lead, but cars that are quietly going around their business and looking for a way to improve over the course of the rest of the race. Under 16 hours remain. We are now over 1/3 distance. The remote control unit instead of the stopwatch doesn't help. 8 hours and 3 minutes elapsed, and so not that far away from the next set of pit stops, although I think having had all of that safety car running, the top 6 will probably be able to run for at least half an hour before they're due their stop, and in the case of Auto Farm, they'll be trying to stay out as long as they can because they've already topped off their fuel. And I think of the top 10, they are the only ones who have done. So Auto Farm with some good cards in their hand, they just need the opportunity to play them when the safety car would stay nicely parked in its safety car position. So what are the lap times going to be when we get up to full pace? I'll tell you next time around, and also try and work out who has the most space around him. Pretty sure that the race leader 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport fairly close to the front of the queue, coming up now to complete another lap. That's 146 laps now in the book, and yes, it is the race leader who leads them across the line, and just 1.488 of a second behind is the second place JW Bird Motorsport car. So not much to choose between those two. Emax Motorsport much further back in the pack, so with much more work to do. And then WRC Developments are 2 minutes behind Emax Motorsport, so work to be done there. So 146 laps completed. 388 continues to lead from 449. 346. 318 is fourth. 504 is fifth. 399 in sixth. 521 in seventh. 502 in eighth. 506 is ninth, and 309 is 10th. A gap of 1.4 seconds separating the first two, and 49 seconds, call it 50 seconds, separating second from third. 2 minutes separating third from fourth, and then 30 seconds separating fourth from fifth. And then just 1.8 seconds separating 399 from 521. A change of position on this lap, so we need to see whether Auto Farm can increase their pace. Morwin Motorsport has moved the 399 up into sixth place. It's a good show by them. Morwin, one of those teams who has, a bit like Auto Farm, quietly gone about the business and finds themselves just 2 laps behind the race leader. Not necessarily challenging, but they're in certainly a strong position to make the most of any opportunities that turn up. So 8 hours, 8 minutes and a half elapsed. 15 hours still to go. Nearly 16 hours still to go. And a new leader, because this time around JW Bird leads the way. So that gap of 1.4 seconds easily changed on that lap, and whoever is in the 449 car easily taking the lead away. Emax still in third place. The rest of the top 10 are unchanged. No, they're not, because in 9th place, Fighting Talk in 309 moves ahead of the Patrick Watts Motorsport 506 car. So 2 changes on that lap as the safety car impact kind of unravels itself, but still 3 cars on the lead lap. However, we've only got 2 cars 1 lap behind now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars 2 laps behind. 7 cars 2 laps behind, in fact. Although the Cockwombles in the pits again are going to be losing that position fairly shortly, I fear. And for those of you who like such statistics, we've had 16 changes of lead amongst 9 different cars. So it's only been a very open race, and so when you can have 9 cars, different cars leading the race, and that many changes of the lead, that's certainly a good indication of quite how open it is. Although at the moment the JW Bird Motorsport car is pulling away by so much. Second lap is the difference between JW Bird and Hybrid Tune Motorsport, 449 and 388. Emax Motorsport in 3rd place, lapping in very comparable times to the Hybrid Tune car. And then WRC Developments, very similar time to them as well. The slow coach, the 504 at the moment, losing time on that lap. For anybody else who's lapping in the 3-minute ones, and there isn't anybody, quite a few lapping in 302s. Car number 312, the Fate Taxi, is moving up. That car was down in 45th place at one point and is now 13th. So the Fate Taxi, well, it's a dark horse, isn't it? It's certainly not had a trouble-free run, but staying out of trouble now, and if it can remain out of trouble, then it's within a shout of a place in the top, certainly the top 10, if not the top 6, if all goes well for it in the remainder of the race. And say that's quite a big if, of course. Looking at expecting the next round of routine stops in about 20 minutes or so, would be my guess. Around about 8.5 hours into the race. And we go back to safety car. Oh dear, oh dear. We really just need to let this race settle down. And the trouble is, night time is not the easiest time to be driving. And although the Silverstone circuit has quite wide expanses, the expanse is not limitless, and it does mean that the incidents have to be dealt with in a manner conducive with safety, but there are more incidents happening now than there were earlier on in the race, even in the early part when it first went dark. So that suggests to me that drivers are getting tired. Teams perhaps beginning to make some mistakes. It's a rescue unit, possibly, on the Hamilton Straight. Let's see where else there might be an issue. So this then is the 11th safety car, and of course, so long as we have these safety car situations, nothing can really happen in the race very easily, except those major incidents which are caused by longer pit stops or erratic driving. I think we might have another problem at Copse Corner. There's a yellow flashing light headed down to Copse. Let's have, yes, it is at Copse, and I reckon possibility of that car having been over as well, landing on all four wheels, but it is the 328 this time. So safety car 11, roll over car number 328, Copse Corner. And 328 is the WRC Developments car. Oh dear, this was the teammate to the David Drinkwater car. Philip Payne, James Larmini, Kevin McGlone, Hasib Khalid and Eric Holstein. That car having already had its problems when Eric Holstein was driving it, but further problems now with whoever is currently at the wheel of it. So it's the .328 car, the very busy rescue units. Who would have guessed that the rescue units were going to be quite as busy as this overnight, but they've certainly been earning their money. 328 there, so currently in 38th place, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. And that car not long since having made a pit stop to hand the car over from Kevin McGlone, and so either James Larmini or Hasib Khalid, the potential drivers of that car. The car then being recovered, and at the moment the safety car coming down Wellington Straight, lights still flashing through Brooklands and now into Luffield. And do you know what? I do believe that car may not have been on its roof, because it's just headed up, got it onto the hard standing and driven off. So maybe it did go on its roof, but even if so, a very quick recovery. So where's the safety car? Just going past me now. So we're going to get one lap more under the safety car, whatever, and the race leaders packed in the group behind the safety car. And in fact, the race leader is right behind the safety car, so exactly where JW Bird wanted to be, and ideally placed to extend the margin once we go back to green flag racing, which I think we will be able to do at the end of this lap. Car 450, the Amigo team car, which was, it was 3 laps behind, wasn't it? As far as I remember, it had been given a 3-lap penalty for failure to provide the data footage, but I think that penalty has now, well, the penalty it says on the screen has now been rescinded, and what it hasn't done is to do that on the screen at the moment, so it's being shown as being 9 laps behind at the moment on the screen, but that will be converted back into being 6 laps behind very soon. So the 450 getting away with that one. Safety car heading down through Stowe into the Vale, and as I say, there's no reason at all for it to stay out beyond this lap, so we'll get racing underway in about 2 minutes' time. So dare I say it, we've had a whole lap without a safety car. JW Bird then with a lead of just 0.3 of a second, nose to tail those two as they crossed the line the last time around. 449 and 388. JW Bird and Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and Emax Motorsport with 346 is just 26 seconds behind those two, and those three, 1, 2 and 3, are the only cars on the lead lap. We've then got 1, 2 cars on one lap behind the leaders, that being 318 and 504. Although having said that, is 318 just on the tail end of the lead lap? I think he might be, in fact, and then 504 is properly a lap behind, and is then the only car that is 1 lap behind the leader. The rest, not the rest, but the next 5, 6 are all 2 laps behind the race leader. So just wait and see where WRC comes through. May well be that they are just ahead of the race leader. I think they are, in fact, and that's what's happened, is that although the safety car nearly got the race leader, they also caught the WRC Developments car, 318, and so that car will go through just before the 449 JW Bird car does. These two cars just turning now through the loop and onto Wellington Straight. There we go, one long train of Citroen C1s, very much like it was in the early stages of the race, but now with many cars some laps behind and many more cars many laps behind, but most of them still going. It's not a 100% record by any means, but we do have a fairly good reliability record. There we go then. WRC nipping through with 318. I'm sure whether they did actually. Yes, 2:34 minutes behind, 2 minutes and 34 seconds behind the car in front of them. So yeah, just misfortune of the way the safety car has fallen out, and it just doesn't happen, does it? The safety car is out again. So it's the 12th occurrence of the safety car, and we really just don't get a chance to get the field spread out at all until the safety car comes out. So here we go for the 12th time this time. And ideally what you actually want to do is get the safety car to unbunch the cars, get them spread around the circuit, and then show the green flag, because then we wouldn't have these incidents upon incidents as people try and make up ground, I think, is the main reason when you have some of the slower drivers, because whilst at the start of the race we tended to have the faster drivers at the wheel, at this stage in the race we put some of the less experienced drivers in, and they then find themselves a little bit overwhelmed when it comes to the amount of traffic that we then pick up. Anyway, so again we play search CCTV to see what might have caused the safety car to be necessary. Nothing down at club, I don't think. Safety car just turning into club at the moment, and then turning out of club and up onto the Lewis Hamilton straight. check out of the window before I check anywhere else. Certainly no sign of anything on the side of part of the circuit that I can see. Let's see what the CCTV tells me. Yeah, it's at Beckett's, and the car being towed out of the gravel at Beckett's, having gone straight on in the middle. And is that car missing a wheel? No, I think all 4 wheels are on the car. And it's not clear at this point is who that might be that's being towed. So none of the cars in the top 30 screen. This one could be 315. How about that? TSR Racing. So the TSR Racing car, it's been given quite a long old tow, and I would have thought if it was fit to drive, the driver on it would have made it clear and been eager to get on with it. Yeah, it's difficult to say quite what the issue is with that car. The 315 TSR Racing machine of John Collinson, Martin Morris, Barney Collinson and Jonathan Burden. And we looked at it. I'm not quite sure that it is the 315. No, it's headed off on its way. Put a question mark on that because I'm not sure that it was 315. So the Beckett's S's, the car now heading down the Hanger Straight at reduced pace. Certainly the problem at Beckett's has been cleared now. There was a problem with it. It is now on its way, I'm guessing either at the Vale or at Club Corner. Trying to follow it through. We're going to head on up the Hamilton Straight toward Abbey. Just got the feeling that whatever car it was is travelling pretty much at full pace, and that surprises me. But maybe he's just trying to make up for lost time, get onto the tail of the safety car, for it is ahead of the safety car. We've got 2 cars that are ahead of the safety car. 585 is one of them, and our little culprit is the other. And so I need to pick those out when they come into the view and see if it is 315. And it may be that it comes into the pits anyway to receive some attention. Safety car turns through Club, and 585 and AN Other should be on the Wellington Straight by now. There goes one. In the dark. Certainly wasn't 315. This is the other one. This is the one which is interesting me, and it's coming into the pits. It's just so dark out there, and there is no light to shine on the car until it gets to the race control area. So that car came into the pits was, I can tell you that one because I have a screen to tell me who it was. It was 474. So I think 474 may have been the one that caused that problem. And 474 is the Clapham North MOT. Oh dear. It's not George Grant, he's not due in the car until 6 o'clock. Could well be Jacob Greaves. He was certainly driving back to the car as a man in a hurry. So anyway, I'm going to stick my neck out and say it was 474 and the George Grant Clapham North MOT car. The safety car has pulled off, the racing is nearly underway again, and so let's get on with it, and let's not please have any more safety cars. I just get the feeling it's a vain hope the way these cars have been behaving. I mean, they're all going racing, they're all having fun, they're sliding the cars around as they have done throughout. The temperature is getting lower. I suppose that is a factor. That's going to mean getting heat into the tyres, and that could mean that cars are having a tendency to slide around a little bit more, and of course is part of the explanation for what's going on. Let's have a look at what kind of weather we're expecting. 11 degrees, in fact down to 9 degrees now, and we're going to lose a further degree overnight. It's forecast to go down to 8 degrees with a small possibility of rain. No, it should remain dry until the end of the race at least, and sunrise at 5 AM, at which point the temperature will be at its lowest at 8 degrees, with a very gentle wind from the south of west. So yes, I suspect probably temperature is a part of the reason for the increased number of incidents. Give the drivers their excuse. If we would be able to talk to them, then we may well find that tyre temperatures would be a point of contention. Good news if you are a fan or a follower of car 370, the SPY Motorsport car. Paul O'Reilly, Peter Keane, Carl Woodwit and Andrew Thomas just returning to the race after 2.5, check that, after 6.5 hours of being worked on, very nearly. So SPY Motorsport back in the race after a 6.5 hour pit stop. And that car was just about dead last in the timing screen. Not quite dead last because they're ahead of the 347 JW Motorsport JW Bird motorsport car that we know has been withdrawn, and it's ahead of the 447 Riverside Performance car, which I think, although we've not been informed of the fact, is also going to be a retirement, because that car has been in the pits for even longer than the 6 hours that has just been spent in the pits by the Spy Motorsport car. So Spy Motorsport running again. So we're talking about the reliability. Spy Motorsport running again. JW Bird out with 347. I just spoke about is almost certainly out. That's the car number 447 Riverside Performance. Can't imagine that one coming back out into the race. But apart from that, the question marks are over Schnitzer C1, and that's car 525, which I had no, that was definitely on its roof, and may or may not be participating again. Team Trojan, which is still in the pit lane being worked upon. That's the 319 car that was in the lead of the race early on, started from the front row. The 499 car, which has been in the pits for a long time, but apart from that, I reckon they're pretty much all still runners. So maybe we've got 57 cars still in this race. So not too bad of a performance. Story of it at the moment, 3 cars shown on the screen is missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars shown in the pit lane. And one of those is a 457 Silverlake car from 18th place. And actually it was 15th, but it's now dropped to 18th while it undertakes that pit stop. A stop and go penalty for car 309. 309, that's the Fighting Torque car. It was up in the top 6 earlier on. It's in 8th place at the moment. A 1 minute stop and go is not going to do it any good at all. It's 2 laps behind the race leader, and will a stop and go drop it a further lap? I don't think it will. I think it's sufficiently far up that it'll be able to get a stop and go penalty and remain 2 laps behind the race leader. In fact, they've just improved their position ahead of the Morgan Motorsport car, so Fighting Torque currently closing in upon Auto Farm. So the last thing they want is a stop and go penalty, but as I say, in the overall scheme of things, could be a lot worse. I'm not actually told by the messages for what the stop and go penalty was given. So JW Bird Motorsport car 449 continues to lead the race. Just looking at when we might. We've got 8 hours and 46 minutes. We've had a pit stop after 2 hours, pit stop after 4 hours, pit stop after 6 hours, and this one then we'll be looking at 9 hours. So pit stops due really from JW Bird, Hybrid Tune, WRC Developments, and BH Motorsport, SK Motorsport. So from the top 6, 4 of them I reckon. Is a pit stop very soon. Who's that coming into the pits very rapidly indeed? Certainly aggressive entry into the pit lane. Not over aggressive, I hasten to add, but making the most of speed into the pits anyway. Got a feeling it was the 382, yes. 382, the Majestic Motorsport car, 17th overall, and wanting to get on with it as quickly as possible. So much so, in fact, that he triggered the pit in twice. Or it's a second pit stop. Now, that's interesting. Actually, I think we regard it as a second pit stop. So, 382 Majestic Motorsport, possibly with problems with 2 pit stops separated by just a lap. 370 is in the pits as well. That's the car of SPY Motorsport. So, having had that 6-hour stop, they're back in again. So it was 8:15 yesterday evening when car number 370 came into the pits in Paul O'Reilly's hands, and he was sent on his way, but now the car, having come back into the pit lane with Carl Woodruff behind the wheel, also into the pits is 309, the Fighting Torque car. This, I'm guessing, is for its penalty. Look down into the pit lane, see, don't tread on the wire, nearly strangled myself. Yes, that was 2 cars waiting to take penalties, or 2 cars taking penalties in the Sinbane at the moment. So, what's happened there? Well, Hybrid Tune, yes, they've bent to the inevitable, haven't they? So, pretty quick from JW Bird Motorsport there. Their last lap on the circuit, the fastest lap for that car. So, anything I was saying about possibly tyres not quite getting up to temperature, we have had 3 laps under green conditions, so we've maybe given them a chance to warm up. But a 3 minute 0.256 is the personal best for JW Bird Motorsport's leading car, 449, and also a personal best for the 318 WRC Developments car, and that is probably then James Larmony. And so there's nothing wrong with the track conditions at the moment. Hybrid Tune, though, a little bit out of tune, 3 minutes 04 on their last lap, and that's lost them 3rd place. So Emax up 2nd now. So on lap 158, not a change of lead, but a change of 2nd place. 449 still leads the way. 346 in 2nd place. 388 in 3rd. 318 is 4th. 504 5th. 521 is 6th still. Auto Farm 309 is in the pits. Fighting Torque serving a penalty. 399 is next up in 8th place, and it's 502 in 9th and 316 10th. And still the first 3 cars on the lead lap. 4th car, WRC Developments, is 1 lap behind, and 504 is just behind him in 5th place. Auto Farm is in 6th place, but is 2.5 minutes off the car in front of him. But still good to know, 3 cars on the lead lap, 1 car 1 lap behind, and 5 cars 2 laps behind. So it's close enough, and they good solid chunk of green flag racing will allow us to sort out who's going rapidly. Into the pits is the race leader. Look down at my notes and suddenly look up and find that 449 JW Bird Motorsport is in the pit lane. So 449 being told it's Nick Beaumont into the pits, and so they are going to lose the lead. We just taken it a little while ago, so that'll be 17 changes of lead, and that will probably hand the lead over to Emax Motorsport, who are also due a pit stop, as is Hybrid Tune WRC Developments. The BH Motorsport SCK car number 504 is already in as well, and Auto Farm, I reckon, can stay out for another hour at least. Fighting Talk in the pits, 506. Patrick Watt's car is in the pits as well, and that is Patrick at the wheel of the 506 at the moment. So this fascinating battle, ebbing and flowing up at the front, and honestly it's very difficult to work out quite who has the advantage, because certainly in that last couple of hours, Emax Motorsport losing out as a result of their driver at that point not being quite as quick. However, they're leaving him at the wheel till the last possible moment. Some of the others come in ahead of him, but leave the car. Of course, the other advantage of leaving the car out there as long as you possibly can is that when it comes to the last pit stop, that can be correspondingly shorter, because you need less fuel put in the car to get yourself to the finish. And with the slow refueling rate, that makes a lot of sense if you can do it and calculate how much fuel you actually need. So tempting to cut it as fine as you possibly can, but then again, you really want to make sure you don't run out of fuel on the last lap. So Emax takes the lead of the race on lap 160. With not quite 9 hours on the clock. And Hybrid Tune are 7 seconds behind JW Bird. Well, they're going to have to wait until their car comes out of the pits and then compare their pit time with the other two. So we'll make a note of pit stop times, because they are so crucial. So 346, 388, 449, and 318. And just for the heck of it, because we can, we'll check 504 as well, as they are already in the pits. Auto Farm 521, I don't expect to come in because they refueled under the safety car. Whereas these cars now refueling are doing so under green conditions, and thus 5 minutes spent in the pits is going to be 2 laps. Whereas 5 minutes spent in the pits when the safety car is out can be as little as a lap, or if you're clever about it, no laps at all, which is what Auto Farm are trying to do. Another severe 3-minute stop and go penalty, this time for cars 398. I thought for a moment it said 388, but 398, that's one of the Silverlake cars down in 27th place. They left the pits under a red light, so the green light for the hoof tag, but who tag, and then didn't look to see if the green light was on for the pit lane exit. So A 3-minute stop and go penalty for Silverlake, 3.98. It's going to lose it a lap, put it somewhere around 7 laps behind the race leader. They're currently 6 laps behind the race leader. So 449 back out on the circuit, former leader, the JW Bird car, and their time in the pits, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. It was 449. Emacs yet to stop, Hybrid Tune yet to stop, WRC Developments yet to stop, JW Bird has stopped. So 346, 388, 318, and it's a 504 pit stop like, 4 minutes 57, so slightly better pit stop for 504. That car's already dropped down to 9th place. See if it's able, should be able to recover at least to the top 6. Interesting to see whether it's ahead of Auto Farm, of course, who won't be losing any more places because they don't have any more pit stops to take. So should be all right, in fact. So they'll be in 6th place, I fancy. That's the 504 car I'm talking about. .444 in for their, hopefully a routine pit stop, being the car of the Swerve racing team. They might be further up than they actually are for Swerve Racing. 444, then no, down in 47th place, so yeah, a long way down, 47th out of 61, and 308 now in the pit lane as well. So none of our top 20 pitting just yet. At least some have pitted already, but still waiting for that leading group to see who blinks first. As said before, very often a later pit stop means a longer pit stop. See what happens. It's coming up 3 o'clock in the morning here at Silverstone. If you want to be listening on the YouTube stream around the world, then it's a cool night here at Silverstone, but not very much of a wind, so not feeling too cold, but temperatures forecast to go down to around 8 degrees before they start to warm up again after 5 o'clock in the morning. Emacs Motorsports last lap is 3 minutes 01.601. Hybrid Tune 3 minutes 04.847. You do get the feeling that that car not quite at its peak performance, the Hybrid Tune car. The last lap for WRC Developments, car 318. A 3 minutes 1.430. 315 has just rejoined, and that is the TSR racing car, which could be Jonathan Burden taking the car back out onto the circuit after a little bit over 3 hours in the pits. It was the car which I thought was the cause of one of our safety car periods earlier on, and the car hopefully now back working as it should be. Also coming back out onto the track, this after a much shorter pit stop, is the 308 numbered car. This is another Emax Motorsport car, but it's not the race leading Emax car. It's one that's had some problems along the way, 308, and actually is outside the top 30 at the moment. So still waiting for the leading couple of cars to come in for the 5th pit stop as far as Emax is concerned, but really for their 4th routine, and the 4th routine pit stop for Hybrid Tune Motorsport. With the race time now over 9 hours as we come up to 3 AM. 9 hours and 5 minutes elapsed of the race, and it means that yeah, rather than going 2 hours on a tank of fuel, they've been averaging 220, and certainly the last tank of fuel should have lasted a lot better with so many laps under yellow. So much time under yellow, really, just as much dependent on the time as it is the laps spent under yellow. So 388, they began this is a Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. They began this stint on lap 122. Now completed 42 laps on this tank of fuel. Most they've gone up until now has been 41 laps, which is on the opening stint. But for Hybrid Tune, they've now done 42 laps on this tank of fuel, and Emax Motorsport in car number 346 has done they've come in more recently, have Emax, and they're actually only on their 21st lap of their current stint. Depends if they came in, if they had a penalty at all, because they came in after 23 laps, and if they did come in for a penalty, then that would explain it, but they haven't, you see. So Emax Motorsport have got a little bit more fuel aboard perhaps than I predicted. So Hybrid Tune are definitely due a pit stop with 388. Just double check this. And yeah, 44 laps they're on at the moment, the 44th lap of the stint, and 318, which is the WRC development limited car, are currently on their 44th lap. So WRC and Hybrid Tune 318 and 388 very much more due a pit stop than the Emax car is, and Auto Farm is also going well because they've sneaked in a pit stop under one of those many safety cars, and Auto Farm are currently, yes, on their 22nd lap of the stint. So Yes, I'd forgotten that Emax made a pit stop under the safety car as well. So that's going to disadvantage Hybrid and WRC, and the advantage to Emax. And what's the gap then between Auto Farm and JW Bird Motorsport there? Embroiled, looking at 4th and 5th places. And it's hard to say because JW Bird is the last of the cars 1 lap behind the race leader, and Auto Farm is the first of the cars 2 laps behind the race leader. So I have to pick my moment in order to read the screen, in order to tell what the gap is. Crowd of cars coming through. And the gap is 45 seconds, although Auto Farm at the moment not lapping anywhere near as quick as JW Bird Motorsport is. So at the moment that's going to be an increasing gap of 45 seconds, just as the gap for the race lead is an increasing one of 20 seconds and heading north. WRC and JW Bird Motorsport. JW Bird Motorsport 449 have made their pit stop, equivalent pit stop for this 2-hour period. In comes 5:02 now. That's the SCK and BH Motorsport entered car. Jock Borthwick, the driver who's brought the car in, and let's see what his pit stop time is, but let's say looking at the current schedule, I don't expect 346 to be in just yet. I do expect 388 and 318 to come in. So we'll look at their pit stop times when they make them. So now I'm very puzzled, because I just said that I didn't expect Emacs to make a pit stop, but I did expect Hybrid Tune and WRC to make theirs. So what happens? Emacs comes in. So the race leader, 346, in for a pit stop, and according to what the screen is telling me, it's Jake Little at the wheel, bringing the car in. And as I say, we haven't yet had the pit stop for 388 or 318. Which is puzzling, I'm afraid. Let's just see what else we can find out. Afraid. So 346. Into the pits after a stint of just 22 laps. So the only thing that would make sense there is if they did take the penalty, but I just can't find it. Anyway, so Emacs, a routine stop after 2 stints, 23 laps and 22 laps. The 318 WRC Developments car is in as David Drinkwater to hand the car over. And so 346 and 318, that allows the 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport into the lead of the race, as I was going to say we thought it would, but not really, because any minute now we're going to have Hybrid Tune surely into the pits, because they're on the 44th lap, I think, of their current stint. That 47th lap of his current stint for car 388. Wow, very economical driving. So maybe the car doesn't perform as well, but returns better fuel consumption. Sometimes happens. So 346. Back on his way again, and Jake Little pit stop time 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That's a very respectable pit stop time indeed for car 346. Very nearly a minute quicker than the 449 JW Bird Motorsport car was in the pits for. So JW Bird not quite as efficient in the pits as the Emacs Motorsport car was. Still waiting for Hybrid Tune to come in, and then we need to see what the 318 WRC car is able to do. They've done 3 minutes in the pit lane so far. I think at some point in the night, the quick drivers get back into the car, and I'm talking generalisations, of course, with 60 cars still going round and round, but the kind of starting drivers do get in at some point again, and behave themselves a little better. Let's keep our fingers crossed anyway, and let's hope that we get a slightly longer period of green flag running. 3 cars heading to the start-finish line absolutely together. They were nose to tail, and across the start-finish line, 3 of them absolutely side by side. Great stuff from these Citroens, and it's the sort of cars that you can do this kind of thing with, and they just love it. Cars love it. They're easy to drive and great deal of fun as well. Another returnee after a long time absent, car 447, one of the Riverside Performance cars, and 447, I just wonder, just have a look at page 3, which was the Riverside Performance car which was in the pits so long that I thought they might have given it up. Yeah, it is, it's 447. They're 110 laps behind. We've just been in the pits for 4.5 hours, and Riverside Performance have returned the 447 back into the fray. So I reckon we've still got only 2 retirements in this race. Phenomenal reliability record. Of course, still a long way to go. Don't accept that, because there is still a long way to go, and there's still plenty of potential for all sorts of things to happen. Car 451 MLP Developments just setting its personal best time of the race. Hybrid Tune still out on the circuit. 318 returns a pit stop time of 5 minutes and 14 seconds. So the advantage on the pit stop cycle going to 346 and 504. 346 Emax Motorsport still just having done their out lap, doing their first flying lap. Hybrid Tune Motorsport still to make their 4th pit stop. Many cars still having to make that 4th pit stop. Morwin is still waiting to come in for the 4th time. And guess what? The safety car comes out again. Now this could play nicely into the hands of Hybrid Tune Motorsport, because they've stayed out and now they've got the safety car that they want to come in and cover their pit stop. Very handy indeed, that. And just depends a little bit where they are on the circuit, and you know, that might be them now going through. Where's my track map? I think it is. So 388, Morwin Motorsport comes in, 399, but 388, actually it's the wrong way round. No, they're not yet across the line. So waiting for 388 to cross the line for the 169th time. They do, and they're in the pits. So Hybrid Tune Motorsport, I'll say lucky timing, but that's not in any way disrespectful. They just took the chance when it came. Safety car came just rightly timed. That's twice that's happened for that car now. They lost out on one occasion with a bad safety car deployment. Unfortunate safety car deployment, I should call it, for them. But Hybrid Tune now with 2 safety cars that have played just into their hands, and this should enable them, they might even be able to keep on the keep a lap ahead, keep in the lead, depending how quickly they turn the car around and how quickly the safety car gathers everybody together. So into the pits comes Hybrid Tune, into the pits comes Morwin, into the pits comes Venus Motorsport on 463 out of 12th place, and also come the Cockwombles in 13th place in car number 420. So this is, go back a page in the notes, safety car number 13. Unlucky for some, but lucky for Hybrid Tune. And that is at 9 hours 24 minutes. And so into the pits, 388. Mark James, or possibly Stephen James, and whichever one it is, I think it will be handing over to David Meenan. They're going to need 5 drivers at this point, and that means that Hybrid Tune need to be handing back to the driver of the car who started the race, which was David Meenan, as far as I know. So Hybrid Tune Motorsport then in the pits at a distinct advantage, because that fuel will be going in and everybody else going very slowly around the track, whereas when both Emax and JW Bird made their pit stops, it was going in, well, the cars going in at the same rate, but the cars out on the track going round super duper quickly. Right, what is the cause of the safety car? Again, none of my closed circuit TV screens want to tell me. Could it be Team Hard Racing, car 519? Screens start to shut down all around me. No, it's okay, we're still running. 519 I wanted to say, didn't I? Yeah, the Team Hard Racing car. This is the other one. This is the main entrance, as it were, the one with the 6 drivers. Will Orton car that he shares with Sam May, Tom Irvan, Alan Marshall, Lewis Apagai, and Ruben Stanislaus. And I just wonder if it is that car, 519, which is called the safety car, which is just now bringing this colourful train of C1s into sight across start finish. So whereabouts on the circuit might we have lost the Team Hard car? Is it on the exit of Cox, possibly? I'll start there and go around the circuit. Beckett's is the place where it's all gone wrong, and early in the Beckett sequence as well. So just as the car did earlier on. I don't reckon that is a Team Hard car. I reckon that's number 323, and I thought for a minute that the bonnet had come up, but it's just the way that the identification lights appear on that car. It was my 323. 328 I'll go for in that case. And that's the other WRC car. Oh dear, misfortune for WRC. whilst they've got one car up in the top 6, the other WRC car suffering a little bit and is down in 41st place and losing places. So that is the one, 328, which causes the 13th safety car. Say last time there was a car off there, once it was pulled to a place of safety, it was able to get going again under its own steam. So the David Drinkwater team car is either being pulled very fast or is setting off, and the screen adjusts itself. I'm sure somebody in race control is controlling it. What I get is a copy of what they get, but whatever they see I'm able to kind of look over the shoulder of, but I'm not able to control the camera myself. But yeah, that was the WRC car then that caused the safety car, but I think the car has been restarted and is setting off on its way again. Of course, the problem is now that whoever is at the wheel wants to get back on with the race and therefore just join in the back of the safety car queue as quickly as he can, and we will be underway again. Hybrid Tune back out on the circuit, having completed their routine pit stop totally whilst the safety car was out, and in fact the time of the stop not really important because he now has a lap advantage on the rest of the field. So 388, we can say 2 times safety car. Lucky, I can call it lucky, but on the other hand, Hybrid Tune were prepared to push their car to the very end of its fuel and therefore were able to take advantage of the safety car when it came. Some of these competitors had already been in for fuel or issued the opportunity to come in whilst the safety car was out earlier on. Safety car lights are out. The leading car is following him very closely indeed. Safety car pulls off into the pit lane and away we go. Green lights or green flag is prepared on the start finish line, and yeah, as I say, off we go then for the next time of asking. And this car that goes through is the Auto Farm car number 521, which is 1 lap behind the race leader, but he's also a lap and a half behind the leader. Yeah, the leader is back out on the track right at the back of the safety car queue, and Auto Farm is right up at the front of the safety car queue. So there's not 2 laps, but a lap and a half separating first from fourth, and the cars in between are all on the lead lap. But the gap first second is a relatively large one. Second to third is just 12.9 seconds. So we'll reset the situation again after the cars have come round at the end of this lap and the safety car effect has been fully taken away. A 3-minute stop and go penalty for car number 396, and that's a Riverside Performance car, which is in 25th place. So a 3-minute penalty will drop it not many places actually, probably only 2 or 3 places, with the gaps between the cars getting larger and larger. And a 70-second, 1 minute 10-second stop and go penalty for car 506. Certainly does seem to be some animosity between Patrick Watts and the race organisers here at Silverstone this weekend. I say that jokingly, of course, but it seems that Patrick Watts is one of his cars or the other. He's always getting pinged for something or the other. And both of Patrick's cars now outside of the top 30, unless I'm mistaken. 507 is currently 43rd. 506 is 23rd. But speeding in the pit lane, final 506, and again the minute and 10-second penalty, stop and go, will have an impact, but he'll only lose a couple of positions, I think. Certainly a couple of positions he would rather not have lost. But so it is. Right, back to green flag. I say again, long may it continue. But more in hope and anticipation, I fear. Mellow Yellow Motorsports in the pits at the moment. Car 316. They've been quietly getting on with the job, much as Auto Farm have. And Auto Farm in 4th place, Mellow Yellow in 5th. They'll be losing that place and probably a few more whilst they undertake this pit stop. WRC Developments Limited is the first one to benefit, moving up to 5th with the 318 car. It's the car that David Drinkwater had been driving in the previous stint. And now BH Motorsport is with car number 504 next up in 6th place, just 8 seconds behind the WRC Developments car. So just 8 seconds separating 5th from 6th. 2 minutes separates 1st from 2nd. 17 seconds separates 2nd from 3rd. So to recap the situation then, on lap 172, new leader of the race is 388 from 346, 449, 521, 318. 6th is 504, 7316, 8th 311, 9th is 312. The Fake Taxi is performing a great job, and on the edge of Clapham Common, on the edge, Clapham North entered. Car number 454 is also now up in the top 10, so we've got some favourite cars up there at the bottom part of the top 10. Kellett Motorsport 311 is 8th, Fake Taxi 312 is 9th, and on the edge 454 is 10th with Fighting Talk 11th with 309. So still the 3 cars on the lead lap, but the gap first to second has increased quite a lot as a result of that fortunate timing of the safety car for Hybrid Tune. I can't tell because Auto Farm is the first car now off the lead lap, so great consistency from the crew at Auto Farm. Doing this race, if I'm right, with just the 3 drivers, Dave Ward joining Steve Wood and Mark Wasty, and so the 3 of them doing a great job at staying out of trouble and looking at the possibility of getting up onto a podium position. Only 1 place off that, just a matter of 14 hours in which to improve the position by 1. Of course, the other advantage the hybrid tune has is because they rejoined when the safety car was the other side of the track. They've got a huge amount of clear track ahead of them and behind them, and so 3 minutes 03 represents pretty much the ultimate that car can do with its current incumbent and in the current condition of the car. Fighting Torque 309 sets its personal best of the race thus far, 3 minutes 0.310. Great performance from them. so I hesitate to say anything, but on the grounds that I can only get it wrong, we have been a good few laps now without the safety car, green flag conditions. Times amongst the leading group, very, very well matched indeed. The last lap time for the race leader, 3:88. See, as soon as I open my pit lane comes out, safety car comes out. 3 minutes 02.754 for the race leader. 3 minutes 02.585. 3 minutes 02.877. 3 minutes 03.419. Those are the last lap times for the top 5. So very closely matched indeed up at the top. And just for a while, the race was settling down. But no sooner had I turned the microphone on than there was cause somewhere out of the circuit, and you upset somebody and they've gone storming off the circuit and caused another safety car. So this is safety car 14. Nine hours and 51 minutes into the race, so coming up towards the 10-hour mark, and that in itself is not that far from half distance. It's 4:45 in the morning. You don't need me to tell you that. Doesn't make you feel any better at all. Anyway, just looking around the closed circuit TV screens again to try and find a cause for this most recent safety car deployment. The CCTV looks fairly clear. The start-finish straight looks similarly clear. The moon just peeking through a little bit of hazy cloud over the race control building just adds more to the atmosphere of this race. Love it to bits. So why is this safety car out? We'll start at cops again and work our way round. Certainly can't see any reason for safety car at cops corner. Say it's been Beckett's which has been the cause of problems most recently. And it would seem to be Beckett's again. Exactly the same place as we've had it in the past. So yeah, the third element of Beckett's, the left-handed, so counting maggots as the first bit, then you get a right-handed bit, and then it turns back to the left, and it's when it then turns back to the left that we seem to be cars having problems. And it's 3-2-8 again. This is if these screens did action replays, this is an action replay literally, because it is 3:28 again. And so WRC developments, whatever they did last time, done exactly the same thing again this time. And that was the last safety car. So safety car number 13 was to recover 3:28 at Beckett's, and they're trying to do exactly the same thing now. Leave that JCB unit there and just tow him out. Towing him forwards through the gravel. JCB unit is reversing, but everything is safely into play. Now, we had a short period there of green flag running with no pit stops. Auto Farm, actually this is ideal because Auto Farm were coming towards the end of their stint anyway, and they now have exactly the right moment to come into the pits on this occasion. So that safety car played nicely into the hands of Auto Farm. 36 laps on the stint. They did 40 on their previous stint, 31 on the one before that. So if there is a strategy to what Auto Farm is doing, there is a system to it. There's undoubtedly a strategy. But if there's a system to it, then that worked very nicely indeed for Auto Farm. And so they'll be cycling through their 3 drivers, and they'll lose 4th place whilst this stop is made. Kellett Motorsport is also in from, I think they were 8th, but they've come into the pits and already lost a couple of places. So Auto Farm and Kellett Motorsport dancing to the same, marching to the beat of the same drum, it would seem. Hybrid Tune Motorsport now. What's this safety car going to do for them? Because they had a very useful lead prior to the safety car of 2 minutes, and this could possibly extend it. No, we've still got a safety car, but there was much rushing down the start-finish line that time, as if people expected the safety car to have been withdrawn, but it most certainly hasn't. And obviously 2 drivers there having to put the anchors on in order to avoid going straight on. Right, what's happening to 328 and the WRC car? I think it's back underway again. Let's just have a look at timing 2. Still got the yellow triangle here, but I think that will go away once the car makes it round and past start finish again, which it hasn't yet done. So Auto Farm completing this pit stop, and then we'll have them back out on the circuit, and so they'll be losing ground to the other. Yeah, they've got a 2-minute advantage, but their pit stop will take them longer than 2 minutes, so they'll lose 2 places, probably 3 places, but they will stay 2 laps behind the race leader, although they were chancing their arm a bit to try and get to within 1 lap of the leader before. Didn't quite work out to the fullest extent. So safety car turning through Abbey at the moment, and now going left through Farm and up towards Village. Auto Farm back out on the circuit already. A very quick pit stop from them. I don't know if they've got both churns of fuel in, or whether they just wanted to stop for one churn. Let's just go back and see. 5:21 in the pits for 4 minutes and 2 seconds is all. 393 also having made a pit stop, and a relatively quick one, that being the Riverside Performance car. But Auto Farm turning the car around very rapidly indeed. 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Car 310 has also been in and made a stop, that being the Scuderia Polo Rosso, and they've done their stop and got going again in 5 minutes 16 seconds. Safety car stays out. Now, why is that? Because I thought that the 318 had got going again. Maybe not. No, 328 it was, sorry, not 318. No, they seem to have camera refusing to autofocus, which is a constant danger of trying to work with this type of camera over long distances at night. But they've left the car. That is interesting. They've left the car to its own devices, but it's still in the gravel as far as I can tell. I think this is a different one. I think what we've got is we had the 328 repeating its journey through the gravel at Beckett's from earlier, and now we've got another one off at the same place, because that is a different car. It looks more like one of the Team Hard entries. So we'll send rescue unit to attend that one and revert the screen to see who else we might be missing. 519 is the Team Hard racing car, but it's a car that we've already had off the circuit, and no, this is definitely another car that's either gone off in sympathy or gone off behind the safety car, and strap now being attached to it, and a similar tugging process will be gone through, and hopefully we'll be able to get on with things after that. Definitely a car number beginning with 3. And safety car remaining out whilst this little procedure is undertaken. It seems for about the 5th or 6th time, but not entirely sure. So that could well be a Team Hard car. Whether it would be number 519, have to check. The 61 laps completed Team Hard racing, 60 being shown on the screen. So it began with a 3. I'm tempted to say now that it could be Team Hard 519. The zoom at its just about limit on that camera, and so very difficult to pick out, but I reckon that is 519. And so a double whammy for this safety car. The rescue unit moves itself out of the way. It is a 3, definitely begins with a 3. But not sure enough to make that a definite call. But I think the only thing we can be sure of is that there were 2 cars up for Beckett's there, which seemed to go off in separate incidents, and I think any more than that is simply too much speculation. And certainly it's not one of the leading cars. 310, how about that? Yeah, 310, I'll go for that. That's the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, which had just had a pit stop, if memory serves. So, yes, thank you for that. TSL coming up with the answer again in the end. We knew it was going to take them a little while to do that, so our money is therefore on 310, the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, which is the second car to go off at Beckett's and cause the prolongation of the safety car period. But I think now all is clear around the circuit. Where is the safety car? The answer is coming into the loop, coming out of the loop, coming into Aintree. What are the lights doing on top of the safety car is the second important question. And the answer to that one is they've gone out, I think. Not actually sure that was the safety car. It may have been one of the other Citroens which had recovered. Yes, here comes the safety car Q, a little bit further back. So, yeah, the field having done a few pit stops, cars recovering from the being released from the pits. They were allowed to be released from the pits at any point. So whether you have to wait for the tail of the queue to join at the back of the safety car queue, the only time when the red light is on at the end of the pit lane is when the safety car and the cars immediately behind it are going past. Once that's gone through, then you're able to go and slot in whenever you want. So the safety car is now heading towards Village and the loop, and when it does that, then we'll be able to, and the lights were still flashing on it when it was doing that manoeuvre. Now it's coming down the Wellington Straight, and the lights are out, and the field has got nicely spread out coming down the Wellington Straight then. So we will be going to green again at the completion of this lap. Safety car coming into Lovefield now, and it will pull right into the pit lane and we'll get underway again. Whilst all that was going on, we've just ticked over another hour of racing activity. 10 hours now elapsed. Oh, and there's a little bit of side-by-side stuff happening as drivers try and, well, you're not allowed to overtake until you get to the safety car line, and I'll leave that to the judges to decide whether there was any overtaking being done before the safety car line. But importantly for Hybrid Tune is that they have maintained their 2-minute advantage at the head of the safety car queue. So they've gone through behind. So the order in the safety car queue is Emax Motorsport, then JW Bird Motorsport, and then the hybrid tune car. So the hybrid tune car going through and completing its 181st lap. Therefore, it's very nearly a lap ahead of the field, but it wasn't able to make a complete lap on the rest of the field because of the way the safety car came out. But it's nearly a lap. Then the advantage of hybrid tune, car 388, Emax Motorsport and JW Bird Motorsport are 10 seconds apart and nearly a lap, well, are nearly a lap behind, not quite a lap behind, and then 1 lap behind are several cars now. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. I reckon no, 2 cars are then 1 lap behind, and then the rest of the field 2 laps and more. Fake Taxi 312 is the first of the ones that is 2 laps behind, as is Auto Farm. So 2 3-driver cars there, Fake Taxi 312 and Auto Farm 521 are fighting it out for honours in that category, if it were a category for competing the race with 3 drivers. Another penalty for car 396. Our penalty not very long ago, Riverside Performance. They were in the top 20, in the top 30 there. I think they were 24th or something. Well, Riverside Performance have taken that penalty. They've got another 3-minute stop and go penalty for pit stop PPE. I don't know that it's mandatory to wear a mask in the pits, but there may be other protective equipment that needs to be worn, which wasn't been, or the fire extinguisher man wasn't properly attired. I don't know, but a further 3-minute penalty. So this is the sort of thing that really does scupper your effort, and to have one of those penalties could be regarded as unfortunate. To have 2 smacks of carelessness, doesn't it? Anyway, so the 396 car then will have to deal with it, get on with the race, take the penalty, swallow hard, but that penalty could, because it's a little bit closer now to cars immediately behind him, could end up being pushed out of the top 30. The A-team making a routine pit stop whilst the safety car was out, but now it's green, they're still in the pits. So let's just have a look at the battle between the Fake Taxi team and Auto Farm. Fake Taxi was car 312. Currently, they've had a long time since their last pit stop, so they've been out for nearly 2 hours, in fact, hour and 54 minutes for the Fake Taxi car. The Auto Farm car, from memory, a lot less than that. Let's see what the computer tells me. 5:21 Auto Farm has been out for just 15 minutes, because they came in, didn't they, during that last safety car period. So still the balance of the race constantly changing. Hint of light in the sky. If you're listening to me from underneath the sleeping bag in the back of the car, look away to the east, and so it's certainly quite away from dawn yet. Scheduled sunrise, I should say, scheduled at 5 AM, but it's already just a hint of light in the sky, and that golden hour known as happy hour, when very often the track is at its best. Time to watch for the fastest laps being set, and an indication that the race might be going to end sometime later today. Getting through the night, sometimes you feel emotionally drained, as if the race is never going to end, but I say, once you get to daylight, at least you can start thinking about the possibility of the race coming to a conclusion. Although with the late start last evening, there's an awful lot of Sunday to get through to get to the end of the 24 hours. So 2 minutes and 43 seconds is the extent of the leader's gap, first to second, and 8 seconds is the gap between second and third. 83 laps now complete. So 388 leading the way from 346 Emax Motorsport in second place, 449 JW Bird Motorsport in third, then 318 WRC Developments in fourth place, 504 is fifth. It's the BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport car. 312 is sixth, and 521 is in seventh place. 309 for Fighting Torque is 8th, 502 for SCK is in 9th place, and 316, the Miller yellow car, rounds out the top 10. In terms of the gaps, 8 seconds is all that separates 318 from 504, and then 20 seconds separates 504 from 312, and then 8 seconds again separating 312 from 521, so very close indeed between 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places. In 7th place, the Autofarm car, there is a bit of a gap before we get the Fighting Torque car next up. Good news for Team Trojan, car number 319. Their car is back out on the racetrack again after a pit stop of 3 hours and 44 minutes. So it takes a lot to kill one of these Citroens. In fact, some of them doing very long pit stops, but they come out again in the end. 499 is also out again. And 499 is the SVG Motorsport car. Andy Johnson, Thomas Stephen Moore, Andrew Gordon Colebrook, Christian Seikalt and Andrew Ball, and they've just had a pit stop of 2 hours and 25 minutes. So long pit stops, but seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and that means that I don't think we've actually got any cars in the pits at the moment. We've got Tipton Auto Centre racing car that's just arrived in the pits. Let me just refresh this screen here because it seems to have gone to sleep. So we've got the Tipton Auto Centre racing car in the pits, and then in the bottom half of the top 60, Clapham North MOT with car 474 is in the pit, and I think that's it. So not quite an empty pit lane, but very nearly so. The car is currently in. It's only just gone in. 474 George Grant. He's had his rest and he's now back at the wheel of the 474 car, or at least he will be when he gets back underway. And I'm saying this partially with tongue-in-cheek, but the battle between Patrick Watts and the race director continues. The black flag is now being given to car 506, which is the second or the first of the two Patrick Watts cars, the one that Patrick himself is on the team of, as he shares with Orlando and Amy, his daughter, and Wilbur Tiley. Wilbur theoretically able to drive both cars, but a black flag being shown at the start-finish line with the number 506 next to it. Poor old Patrick then really has had a very character-building race weekend, and race isn't even half over yet. 506 in 20th place. He bounces back from all of these things, you know, this Patrick, but just seems to be one thing after another. He's got a 70-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding the pit lane. That's been on the screen for some time. Maybe he just hasn't taken that penalty, and the race director, Clark, of course, wants to make sure that he's got the message and he is going to take the penalty. But so it does seem to be that Patrick, or a member of one of his teams, is constantly in demand. Let's put it that way. The CCTV pictures see the daylight much better than I do. Pictures that I'm getting up now, the one showing the Lewis Hamilton straight is almost good enough quality to be switched into colour. Basically what happens with these CCTV pictures is they switch into black and white as soon as the light starts to fade. When the light gets a little bit better, they switch into colour, and say the view of Hamilton Straight is now sufficiently good that we are getting colour pictures there. The moon is still high above the race control building, and so a very atmospheric part of the day, and some quick times coming through all the way down the board. Hybrid Tunes last lap a 3 minutes 1.209. Emax Motorsports last lap a 3 minutes 0.918. JW Bird, their third, 3 minutes 1.766, and 3 minutes 1.207 for WRC Development. So we're getting some very quick times through at the moment. 5:04. Their last lap is 3 minutes 2.425. Plate Taxi not quite as quick either. The 312 car. Beg your pardon, 312 car, so that's been quick. 3 minutes 0.909. It's the Auto Farm car, not quite as quick at 3 minutes 04. But I had the impression that they weren't expecting to set the timing screens alight in any case. Very much just a case of plugging on at their own pace and staying out of trouble, not taking any penalties, keeping the cars off the curb, and not taking any risks. So far, it's been a pretty successful policy approach from Auto Farm. So, 10 hours and 25 minutes on the clock now, coming up to 20 past 4 in the morning. 40 minutes until sunrise, and so away to the east of the circuit, looking over towards Beckett's, Cox from where I'm standing, and the Beckett's complex. Still a little bit of light in the sky, encouraging us to have cause for optimism. Headlights still very much de rigueur, though. We've given a message on the screens telling us that the headlights were necessary, and we're beginning another one saying that they can be turned off at some point, but that won't be until, I would think, at least 5 o'clock. Stint Auto Centre Racing, car 446, just completing a slightly longer than routine pit stop, 6 minutes and 47 seconds. The target really is for pit stops to be 5 minutes, or if you can, 4:45 to be the order of the day. So with the lap times at the front so close, difficult to see where the changes are going to be. Second to third separated by just 11 seconds. Fourth to fifth by just 12 seconds. But lap times also being pretty consistent at the moment across the board, with at most 2 seconds, and perhaps Auto Farm the car most likely to lose place. Possibly the 504 car is under threat as well. But apart from that, it's going to be pretty tight, and just need some good solid green flag racing for them to sort out the gaps, the 2 big gaps, 2:45 and 2:49. Separating first from second and third from fifth. race. I said nothing at all about a safety car, but still it comes out. So didn't get very many laps of green flag racing, and then we were back to the safety car. 10 hours and 35 minutes now elapsed, so we're in about 40 minutes nearly of green flag running. So at 35, that is safety car 15, and no real call at the front for anybody to need to go into the pits. At least I've done my little calculation, and we'll see when anybody does take the opportunity this early on to pit into the safety car. Much easier to scan where somebody might have come off, and it's at the exit of Abbey, would you believe? So somebody has gone a long way off the circuit. I'm almost suggesting that doesn't need a safety car to deal with. So far off the circuit he's gone. That's just my opinion, of course. But opposite the pit road exit from the Grand Prix pits, we've got a car, as I say, a long way off the circuit to the left of the driver. So his car's going a little bit wide there. It's one of the places where you might exceed track limits on the exit of Abbey. And be interesting to see whether whether the car's actually hit anything, because I say the barrier is a long way back, and safety car already having gone past the scene of the incident, taking the queue up now. What have we had in terms of where the safety car might have joined in? Say, try and pick out when it comes across the start-finish line, get to complete a single lap. Safety car, and I'm trying to work out which car it might be. Into the pits has come 3:10, 5:25, and 4:20. 3:10 being the Scuderia Polo Rosso. 5:25, a car that has been in the wars. It's a C1, and car 4:20 are the Cockwombles team, and they're in the pits as well. Cockwombles have been hanging around in the bottom bit of the top 20, 17th at the moment, but they'll be losing ground in the pits just now. Oh yes, now the car which has gone off is one of those brightly coloured ones, but it's gone very deep into the gravel. That's why they've needed to get a JCB extraction unit to go to its assistance. Got a feeling it's the Jelly Snakes car 495. Yeah, it's the Jelly Snake Racing with Liqui Moly, which has buried itself in the gravel, but it's certainly gone in an awfully long way. The driver, I think, staying behind the wheel whilst it's towed out, and it may entirely be when it's ready to go that they'll be able to fire it up and send it on its way without having to lift it onto a flatbed or anything like that. So the car, I'm not sure where they're going to tow it to. Yeah, they're going to the hard standing between the car didn't hit any barrier, hasten to add that, but they're going to tow it backwards onto the hard standing which separates the gravel bed from the tyre wall. Quite a thick tyre wall there, good 6 rows of tyres protecting the barrier, and so the Jelly Snake Racing car number 495, means that problem is going to be, once we've got it onto that bit of hard standing, I'm not entirely sure the car is in a fit state to go. Been through quite a bit of gravel to get there, but seemed to be a case of just running wide at the very fast right-hander Abbey now is, probably just about as fast as it used to be when it was a left-hander in the original configuration. Now the driver has extricated himself from the car, and they're looking at the rear just to see how the strap's going to fit to the tow rope. No, driver's been told to get back in. We'll tow you out and then you set off is the message. So the Liquid car then being continues to be towed backwards and ceremoniously being slid. It's not going to do the tyres any good either. Yeah, anyway, we'll continue under the safety car conditions whilst we sort this one out. Total safety car statistics so far. We've had a total time of 2.5 hours under the safety car, 29 laps affected by safety car, 14 full safety car laps. Most of the laps we don't count the full lap because safety car joining in at Cops and returns to the pit lane at Luffield means that you don't get a full lap, but in order to minimise that count, that shows us 14 laps. But what is significant is the fact that overnight we've had 2.5 hours of safety car running, and just considering that in terms of what we'd had before then, when we disappeared, or when the live stream disappeared off for their break at 11 o'clock, we had just 3 safety car periods, and after that they came thick and fast. With a safety car period being shown almost every half an hour at one point. The safety car though pulling off this time. Once the car was moved to a place of safety, then all was well. So the safety car is off. Now what is the Jelly Snake Racing car going to do now? He's kind of parked in front of the BRDC grandstand at Abbey, and as that is close to the Abbey commentary box is an area of the circuit I know well, and it's not that easy to get on the track at that point, and I'm not quite sure how the current driver is going to achieve that. We'll see what he does. 495, the drivers of the cars: Neil Huggins, Lloyd Huggins, Danny Wilkinson and Naughty Bear. Presumably that's the link to the jelly snakes or something. I don't know enough about modern culture. Anyway, the CCTV camera is unfortunately positioned so that there's a pillar between the car and the camera. Oh no, okay, now he knows where to go. You go next to that car, go past my car, next to the hedge, and off you go back onto the track. So hopefully the 495 will resume, and watching for it to appear on my Abbey Out screen, which I haven't seen it do yet. Which is slightly confusing because it should have done by now. Now cars approaching at racing speed. Oh, you see, this isn't going to work because now we've got Breakdown Bob on the scene, and he's going to I don't know what's going to happen. We'll leave that one. Racing's underway again, that's the main thing, and we have still got 13 hours, 13 minutes and 13 seconds of the race to go. The race still being led by Hybrid Tune Motorsport, but that safety car didn't help. So I think we've had two safety cars that did help for Hybrid Tune, two that didn't help for Hybrid Tune. That one's basically wiped about a minute and 10 seconds off the Hybrid Tune lead. So they had a 2 minutes and 45 second lead, and that's just been reduced to 48 seconds. So just by the luck of the draw, the way the safety car falls out, Hybrid Tune Motorsport then losing out on that occasion. Win some, you lose some. In fact, it was Andy McEwen, I think, earlier on, who was saying how it could come round and even itself out in the end. Well, it probably has now. As I say, two favourable and two less favourable fallings of the safety car. And so Hybrid Tune have already gone through, cross-start-finish line. Enough daylight to just about see the numbers on the sides of the cars now, with good eyes. 192 laps completed for the race leaders, and Emax Motorsport in second place. Car number 346. I want to say 45 seconds behind, but 45 seconds seems to have passed already, and the Emax car hasn't yet come into sight. 3 minutes 02 was Hybrid Tune's first flying lap after the withdrawal of the safety car, and now we get the Emax car going through. 3 minutes 04.6, and the gap first second is 50 seconds. So yes, it's hindered more than helped, but yeah, probably just cut about a minute off the lead of the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. They maybe won't mind so much about that. JW Bird Motorsport 449 still carrying on in third place, lapping at the moment a bit quicker than Emax. And then in fourth place it's the WRC car. They're having a great run, actually. I'll kick myself for saying that later on, but 318, the WRC Developments Limited car. Not surprised to see it up there. David Drinkwater, Jonathan Salem, James Poulton, Andy Mollison and Toby Ward sharing, and they're all capable drivers, but surprised with so many other cars which have fallen by the wayside. It's left the way open for WRC to, I wouldn't say inherit 4th place, but to move up to 4th place. In 5th place is 504, the Brscc Motorsport entry. They are still 1 lap behind the race leader. I think 190. I haven't yet completed 191 laps, but I think they will before the hybrid tune car completes 193. We'll check that. And then it's Fake Taxi and Auto Farm, separated by just 11 seconds. In fact, when we get the BH car coming to view, is it in that group there? No, yes, it was in that group there, and so it does go through, and yes, we do have that car 1 lap behind, and then one other car 1 lap behind. So 3 cars in all 1 lap behind, and then 2 laps behind is Fake Taxi and Auto Farm, and Fake Taxi and Auto Farm embroiled in their own little battle, separated by 14 seconds, but Auto Farm, or Fake Taxi, closing in on the 5th place car. So we've got a bit of a battle going on there on the circuit. 504 being closed upon by the Fake Taxi team. Auto Farm, I'm afraid, is not quite quick enough to be closing the gap. The other BH Motorsport, SCK Motorsport entry 502 has just set his personal best and a new fastest lap of the race overall. This is happy hour after all, and what better time to set the fastest lap of the race than at 4:45 in the morning. Fighting Talk, a 2:59.305, just eclipses the Hybrid Tune Motorsport's best lap, and we'll see whether or not Hybrid Tune have a faster lap in their car. Be interesting to validate or not Sam Weller's claim that the engine seeming a bit down on power. So 2:59.305 for car 309 in 8th place overall, and also a personal best from the car immediately behind it, car number 502. They've just done a 3:01.033. So it's time to be out there and making some good lap times whilst conditions are conducive to do so. So going quickly, the 394 AB Motorsport entry, they've just put in their personal best for the race so far, 3 minutes 0.449. There's a problem out on the circuit somewhere for car number 454 on the edge. They're 24th now. They were 22nd, and they're losing ground due to being stopped out on the circuit, but where on the circuit I'm just trying to establish. Seem to be any of the usual spots. Maybe it's that Stowe corner. There is a car executing a three-point turn in the middle of Stowe corner. Oh, it's not the 454, but anyway, he's managed to recover and get on with it again. So 454 having a problem, but another car also having a problem down at Stowe. Oh, maybe there's something at Club Corner. It's just there, because I can see a yellow flag waving at Club. There anyway, so the 454 car showing as being stuck on the circuit, and it is continuing to lose ground. However, we haven't had any code 60, nor have we had a sorry, we haven't had any safety car. If we had a notification of even a local yellow, but many other things. Got an awful lot of information here, but not quite everything we need. The 454 car now 26th place, dropping still further. Just trying to work out who might be one of the first to stop amongst the leading runners, and I think we'll leave it and see who blinks first, or who decides from the leading runners to take the least risks with the fuel, and therefore be one of the early callers. So on his way into the pit lane now, and that is car 396. Now it may be for a penalty because they were penalised for ID tag offence, and so yes, I can see him down by the sin bin, down by the penalty box. Taking that penalty now, that being the car 396, a 1 minute stop and go penalty. So coming in is 506, the Patrick Watts racing car, and that is Orlando Lindsay bringing the car in, and now we do have a safety car. Seem to want to talk. The safety car gets deployed. I should just shut up. Anyway, the safety car is deployed, and I can only assume that is to recover this on the edge car number 454. Unfortunately, I can't identify where it's come off. Do my usual mistake and find that it's directly in front of me here at Woodcote, but no. So 11 hours into the race, we have the 16th safety car period. to work out. We haven't really looked at Village on the loop, have we? Let's try that area. Reveal anything we didn't already know either. So the safety car out again. 396 having taken his 1 minute stop and go penalty. And headed back out onto the circuit. Car 525 I see is back out on the circuit. It was a car that had a roll and then had another problem. It's been in the pit lane for some 5.5 hours and has just come back into the pits again just now. So that's the 525 car. Back, having had that 5-hour pit stop, he's now been in for 11 or 12 minutes, so a relatively short stop now. Once again on the circuit. Now, last time this played against the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. This time Emax Motorsport has taken the chance to come into the pits. Emax with the 346 car. Thankfully all these leading runners have pretty much steered clear of penalties, whilst others have been penalised all around. So the Emax Motorsport, 31 laps on the stint, and is currently in the pit lane. Fake Taxi is also in the pit lane, as is Fighting Talk. So quite a few of them using this moment to come in. The sunrise has officially happened. Looking away to the east, and can't quite see the sun above the horizon, but that's probably because there's a big grandstand in the way. Safety car bringing them very slowly round onto the start-finish line. Back to using the Citroen safety car at the moment. We've used the Jaguar during the night when nobody could see it, but now we're back to daylight running. We're back out with the Citroen using being the safety car. Several cars, more cars coming in. Emax, I told you about already in the pit lane with car 346. Then coming up for its most recent pit stop, Max Finn, we believe, was bringing the car in. And anybody else coming in? Fighting Talk, we told you about. The 507 Patrick Watts Motorsport car has done a 48-second pit stop. That's barely long enough for a stop-and-go penalty. Who else have we had in 312, the fake taxi car? Alistair May with 312, and he has his pit stop time of 4 minutes 32, so it's a good quick stop from the fake taxi crew, but it's handed the 6th place now to Auto Farm and their crew of 3 drivers. An interesting battle between these 2 3-driver teams. The cars ahead of them having more than 3 drivers and proving that there isn't a great deal of difference between them. Still the Auto Farm fake taxi cars, the 2 laps behind the race leader, and I think this time actually Hybrid Tune may have got themselves where they wanted as far as the safety car is concerned, and have a lap on the field. We have to see what order they've lined up in behind the safety car. It may well be that the Hybrid Tune car is far enough ahead to be a lap ahead of the rest of the field. We'll see what happens when the safety car comes through, because it's just feeding them through Club Corner at the moment, out onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. The safety car heading down which was that safety car heading down the Wellington Straight? Not quite sure that it was, in fact. There's a long queue of cars now coming down Wellington Straight, but just looking out to see if it is that car that's leading them round now. Yes, it is, and the safety car lights are out, and he's pulling off. So back to green flag racing we go. Now, where is Hybrid Tune 388 and where is Emax? And quite bright enough. I think Hybrid Tune goes through. Yeah, they're just on the lead lap, but only just. So 198 laps completed for Hybrid Tune JW Bird Motorsport, and then 199 laps completed by Hybrid Tune as it goes through behind the safety car. So very nearly a full lap. So what Hybrid Tune lost on the previous safety car, they've gained back on this one again. So it's impossible to predict these things, but I would say that's something like 3-2 in terms of those safety cars which have favoured you and those that haven't for Hybrid Tune. Of course, they've got experience of this race, having won it last year, and they know how to make the calls fall in your favour, if you will, and it's certainly what the safety car is currently being able to do. AW Bird there in second place. WRC Developments 318 is now up into a podium position. Third place then for 318. That's a real position. Well, it is a real position. And then 25 seconds behind WRC is the Emax Motorsport car, 346. So they're in fourth. Brscc are in fifth and just on 1 lap behind the leader. Auto Farm and Fake Taxi now having swapped positions, with Fake Taxi having made a pit stop. Auto Farm number 521 is in 6th place, 2 laps behind the race leader, and Fake Taxi is in 7th, also 2 laps behind the race leader. pleased to say the sun is now peaking above the horizon, and less good news is that it's in the driver's eyes in one or two places. Insult to injury added for the Schnitzer C1, a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for that car for a refuelling infringement on its most recent stop. That after the car had a 5.5-hour pit stop. It did something wrong with the refuelling, and they've given it a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty. We've also got a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for car 393, which is the Riverside performance car, and that's the car that was in 24th place. 396 and 393. Riverside are having similar problems with the race director as Patrick Watts are, I think, coming to grief on a number of occasions with regulation infringements and then having to take the penalty for them. Coming up to half an hour before the half distance mark, and that's another of those milestones that we take a deep breath and say, okay, that's one step closer. The positions pretty much as they were. We're getting some more faster laps through. Auto Farm putting in their fastest lap of the race thus far, 3 minutes 1.251, which makes me think that the 521 car is currently in the hands of Mikey Westy, he being the approved fastest driver in the car. And into the pits, and this will help Auto Farm still further, has come the car immediately ahead of it in the rankings. Car 504 has come into the pits, and that's the driver being Richard Newman coming in to hand the car over. Routine pit stop for him, and for the Brscc Motorsport car, it's their 5th pit stop. Still waiting for the 5th pit stop from the top 3, who are all going very nicely, thank you. And once more the safety car appears. I really don't know how this happens, but I just wanted to mention that BH Motorsport was in the pits with the 504 car, and they have been now for 3 minutes, and they can now relax a little bit because the safety car is going to slow everybody down. It's not quite so important to get the car out quickly, because if you do get out quickly, you only have to go round and round behind the safety car. So the safety car has joined in at Copse and is now leading a half dozen or so Citroen C1s around the Beckett's S's, and it will pick up the rest of the field, and the race leader is up ahead of them, I think. So this will further help the cause, if I've read this right, this will further aid the cause of the hybrid tuned motorsport car. It could well enable it to put even more than a lap on the rest of the field. We'll see how it pans out, but I reckon this is going to, again, be a helpful safety car for the race leaders. They don't all fall like this. We'll see what happens when they come through at the end of the lap. So Auto Farm moves into 5th place with the pit stop of BH Motorsport 504 ahead of them. This is the 17th appearance of the safety car in 11.5 hours, so you can do your own average as to how often it's been out, but not quite as frequently as once every half hour. But if you take the long green period we had at the start of the race into account, then since then It certainly has been more than every half an hour. Safety car having made its appearance. Just scanning around to see the whys and wherefores for the appearance of the safety car. Beckett's S's are likely location. Yeah, I think that was something at Beckett's. Just have another look. Yes, it's our old favourite tow through part 2. And who is it this time being given the tow into the Beckett's S's? What a rapid tow. 300. Possibly TOF, and get a better look at it. He seems to have got himself onto the grass. And off he sets. So I wasn't quite able to work out which one that was, I'm afraid. Safety car bringing the field around past start-finish line, and next time around it would be able to have the green flag. Fairly sure of that. Waiting for this car to make it into the Vale. There he goes, going down out of the Vale now, down into the braking area for Club Corner. Get a slightly better view of it at Club. To kicking out the dust as he turns through Club Corner, up the Hamilton Straight into Abbey. Maybe out, and then it's Farm. Through the loop and onto the Wellington Straight comes the offender. And down into Brooklands. Still shaking gravel out of the car. Calling in at the pit straight away. 330 it was. That was the car that caused the code 60 to come out. The safety car to come out. 330. And that being the DSC Motorsport car, Martin Dolan, Billy Selby, Matthew Cousins, Gary Boone, Matthew Burrows, the drivers sharing that one. The safety car then on his way through Abbey towards Village, and a short safety car period. Back into racing again. Slowing them right down, in fact, as he comes through the loop and onto the Wellington Straight. Will, yeah, the lights out then as the cars come down the Wellington Straight. So once again we get ready for a restart. Quite a few cars still making their pit stops, having come in under the code 60, including well, 388 is actually, we had all the leading runners in there, didn't we? 3 minutes 26 second stop for 388. The hybrid tune motorsport car, very rapid stop then for 388. JW Bird is still in the pits, and as is the WRC Developments Limited car 318. So the only one of the leading group not to stop there was 346, the Emax car. So that will hand the lead back to Emax, except that it won't, because the hybrid tune car, I think, has sufficient of a lead to stay in the lead through that pit stop, and that's always a significant factor when a car can stay in the lead of the race through the pit stop. But I'm not quite sure how that's going to pan out, because I didn't quite see when the hybrid tune car came out of the pits, but 388 then doing a very short pit stop. Well, not a very short pit stop, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. It's, they might have had to cut it short, might not have got all the fuel in, but they were able to get out, and quite possibly were able to get out at the front of the field. Have to wait for the field to come round and complete the lap to see how it's panned out for them. So certainly trying to keep it as efficient as possible is the hybrid tune motorsport team. And if they do end up winning this race, I'm not saying that they will, or even are favourites at this stage, but they have certainly maximised every opportunity to take advantage whenever it's an opportunity has presented itself. There goes the race leader then, hybrid tune motorsport, all on his own, having pulled out from the safety car queue, made its pit stop and got on his way again. And the lap plus the pit stop, 6 minutes and 27 seconds. And yes, so he does go through, maintains the lead. Emax motorsport car number 346 is going to be in the following group. And so the gap is going to be, well, less than it was, but importantly for hybrid tune is that they have the pit stop under their belts. As the pits comes the Team Trojan car, having regained the track after its 3 hours and 45 minutes pit stop. 46 seconds is the gap then, first to second. So here we are, lap 207. With hybrid tune 46 seconds ahead and full of fuel. Emax Motorsport 346 in second place, and then Auto Farm moves up to third. Fake Taxi in fourth place. Two being Fake Taxi, 318 WRC being in fifth place, and 449 the erstwhile leader for JW Bird Motorsport. They're back to sixth now. 309 seventh, 8399 the Morwin Motorsport car. Ninth is 504, and in 10th place 502, but that car still having its pit stop. So the screen now tells me that it's officially daytime. Certainly, as I say, with the sun peeping over the horizon and coming over my left shoulder. There goes the race leader, Hybrid Tune Motorsport. 208 laps now completed for the race leader, and just to add insult to injury, he's also lapping as quickly, if not quicker, than anybody else out on the circuit. Can't get much better than that at the moment. Well, we're coming up now towards 6 o'clock in the morning, not quite 6 o'clock in the morning, but significantly it is 12 hours now since we started this 24-hour Silverlake C1 Racing Series race here at Silverstone. Welcome to Sunday morning if you're just climbing out of your sleeping bag. We're not live on the live stream yet until 9 o'clock in the morning, so you have to wait another 3 hours, I'm afraid, to get the TV pictures back and the full commentary team. For now, you're left with me, very quietly on the PA, if at all, but on 87.7, and I think on the live stream as well. So if you are finding it hard to sleep, then listen to me droning on and you'll fall asleep in no time. The lead of the race is, the gap for the lead of the race is just 47 seconds. It's still a two-way battle between the 388 hybrid tune motorsport car and the 346 Emax motorsport entry. Those two have been swapping the lead just about at every pit stop, except significantly the last pit stop, which hybrid tune motorsport managed to complete without losing the lead of the race. So it's always a significant point if you can do that, and hybrid tune motorsport were able to do a complete pit stop and also maintain the lead of the race at their last stop. So the gap having come down, but it does mean that hybrid tune have a full tank of fuel, whereas Emax motorsport are going to have to come in next as required to get more fuel. They're currently on their 17th lap of their current stint, and they started the stint at 2 minutes past 5, so about 52 minutes ago. So that's the battle for the lead. There's then quite a big gap of just about exactly a lap back to the Auto Farm car, number 521, which is in third place. But as I say, a lap adrift of the two cars ahead of it. In fourth place is the 312 Fake Taxi, and both those cars in third and fourth, distinguishing themselves by driving so far with just 3 drivers each. The drivers in the Auto Farm car being Mikey Wasty, Steve Wood and Dave Ward, and the drivers in the Fake Taxi car being Graham Coombs, Ian Stinton and Alistair May. And they've done a pretty good job. Certainly Auto Farm has done a pretty good job of keeping out of trouble. Fake Taxi has had a couple of penalties, or at least one penalty and an extra pit stop. Otherwise they'd be even further ahead than they are, but 25 seconds at the moment is the gap between Auto Farm and the Fake Taxi car. And then in fifth place for WRC Developments is car number 318. This is the David Drinkwater car that David is sharing with Jonathan Salem, James Poulton, Andy Mollison and Toby Ward, and they've been going very well. David certainly did some great stint during the night and got that car right up into contention, and as I say, it's now in fifth place, whilst the sixth place car, 449 for JW Bird Motorsport, just a little bit off the pace, slightly longer pit stops, and they've just lost out a little bit overnight. And so the 449 car, which was leading, but their pit stops, as I say, just a little bit too long at every occasion, and they've, other than that, had a pretty fault-free run. Fighting Talk 309 is next up, number 7 in 7th place. They've got the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 58.799, set just as the sun was coming up. That is to say, the lap was set just as the sun was rising, and a 2:58.799, the best lap of the race then to the Fighting Talk car. They're 7th. In 8th place is 504, and they are just 18 seconds behind Fighting Talk, although at the moment that gap is going up rather than coming down. 9th is number 311, the Kellett Motorsport car number 311. And rounding out the top 10 is number 316, the mellow yellow motorsport car. So that's the top 10. It's been a character building race for many of the contenders. The 328 Citroen had a couple of identical offs at Beckett's. This is the other WRC Developments car. That brought out the safety car. We've had safety cars pretty much on and off throughout the night. Altogether, 17 safety car periods, and bearing in mind that we had one right at the start of the race, and then a long period with none at all, and then two just after it had gone dark. But as the live stream shut down, we were just on 3 safety car periods, but overnight we had another 14 of them, so hopefully now it's daylight we'll get a few less, and we'll be able to get on with the flow of the race. Other cars that have had problems, the 319 Team Trojan car, that was in the pits for 3 hours and 44 minutes. The 499 car for the SVG team, that had a pit stop of 2 hours and 25 minutes. The 525 car, that had this is the Schnitzer C1, having been on its roof overnight. That then had a 5 hour and 25 minute pit stop to put it back together again. And there was another very long pit stop. Oh yes, the Chris Hoy Charity Alliance car also had a very long pit stop in order to repair that car after it had been over on its roof. At least that car landed up back on its wheels again. And so quite a few cars having had long pit stops, but having said that, we don't really have very many, if any, retirements to talk about. The 447, that was a Riverside Performance car. They were a very long pit stopping through. They had something like a 6 hour stop to fix the car. And they're currently being shown in 60th position. In 61st position is the one car we know is a retirement, and that's the 347 JW Bird Motorsport car. But as far as I know, Team Trojan are back in the pits again now. Actually, that car may not be going to last for very much longer. And the Clapham North MOT car, that's in the pits, having had its second long pit stop of the race. Wombles have had various problems as well. They've slipped down the order and are in the pits at the moment. The Owens Motorsport car, that car has also been delayed with long pit stops. So quite a few of them have had problems overnight, but not many of them, as I say, very few having had a retirement. The one that is questionable, another one that is questionable, is the On the Edge car, 454, which is slipping down, and we haven't quite found out where it went, but it disappeared off the timing screen, stopped coming round, and as I say, has just been slipping down the order ever since. Auto Farm up in 3rd place, but surely due a pit stop fairly soon. That car has been running out on the track, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Currently on its 37th lap of its stint, so we're going to expect to see that car in fairly soon. And just comparing it with the 312 car, which has also been out for a longish time. You can get the cursor to where I want it to be. The 312 car, the fake taxi entry, Graham Coombs and co. They've been out for just over an hour, so they're not quite so urgently in need of fuel. So Auto Farm, I think, of the leading group is going to be the next pit caller, and so we can expect to see the 521 car coming in for a refuel. They've done very well in managing much of their fuel to be taken on board whilst we've been under safety car conditions, and I think this one, next pit stop coming up, is going to have to be taken in green conditions, unless we suddenly have a safety car now, which Murphy thought it would be once I start talking. Venus Motorsport, a stop-and-go penalty for that car, 463, for overtaking whilst the safety car was out. And so that car will be in very shortly for a stop-and-go penalty. That's the 463. Venus currently in 18th place, one of that group of cars which has been keeping its nose clean, keeping out of trouble, and for the most part avoiding penalties. But 463 now getting a penalty, and that for overtaking behind the safety car. The Auto Farm car in this current little gaggle of cars, or is it? I don't think it is. It was mistaken by the rear end treatment of the 311, so we're still waiting for 251 to appear at Brooklands. Thankfully now the sun has risen, we can actually use the binoculars to look out towards the left-hander at Brooklands and the long right looping corner that opens up Luffield 1 and 2, or Luffield in and out. Very much one long continuous corner now. When it was first installed, there were two completely separate corners at Luffield. So Auto Farm, 3 minutes is a long lap, but when you're waiting for a car to appear, it isn't doing at the moment. But say with something like a 2 hour and 12 minutes now, it's stint time. Be expecting it in fairly soon, I think. race leader going through and completing his 218th lap now. 12 hours and 14 and a half minutes of the race elapsed. And we now have a long, hard day into the early evening this evening for the race finish, which will be shortly before 5 to 6, because we actually got the race underway just a tad early. The actual race start time at 17:53 and 23 seconds. So a minute and 37 seconds early we started the race. So we'll be finishing it equally, a little bit earlier, just before 5 to 6, but the race won't actually finish at that time. It will go on until the race winner crosses the start-finish line at the completion of 12 hours race, completion of 24 hours racing. Many of the cars still having their headlights on, despite the daylight having really negated the need for such. Riverside Performance 396 in the pit lane at the moment. I think they may have just taken a stop-and-go penalty. Certainly won't be the first. That car has taken several stop-and-go penalties over the course of the race, the 396 car, but it's in the pits at the moment, and he's one of very few to be there. We've got the Team Trojan car back in again, having been out, but never really recovering from that very long pit stop through the middle of the night. That first to second slowly increasing as Hybrid Tune Motorsport get their car working very nicely indeed. There was a suggestion from Sam Weller that it was a bit down on power yesterday evening, but seems to have come back on song now. And the last lap for the car, 2 minutes 59.7, so just a few hundredths, or a few tenths of a second off its best lap of the race. Best having been a 2:59.388. That's that last lap at 2:59.700. So many times sub 3 minutes are very few and far between, and probably can be counted on the fingers of one hand. There goes the 521 Auto Farm car through for another lap, leaking this fuel out from somewhere. Our Auto Farm. I reckon that's now 2 hours and 19 minutes they've been out. That's the longest stint so far. They did a 40-lap stint earlier on, but that was a duration of 2 hours 18 minutes. So Auto Farm pushing the envelope, waiting for this next safety car, and you know what will happen, they'll have to come in because they're out of fuel, and then the safety car will be thrown. But anyway, Auto Farm then have gone very well with a very conservative strategy, not trying to set the track alight, just staying out of trouble and keeping calm. Dave Ward said to me before he went out that he was going to be very gentle with the car and didn't want to break it because he's really only there as a guest driver, working as a one-off for Autofarm, although the team has used Autofarm's preparation in the past, so they're familiar with the operation. So the top 30 screen, as stable as it's been for quite a long time, 12 hours 22 minutes of the race now elapsed, 220 laps completed, and there's just one change amongst the whole of that top 30 screen, because on that lap Majestic Motorsport overtook the A team and they actually crossed the line separated by just 0.2 of a second, 0.289 to be precise, and just waiting for them to come through again to see if they can swap over back again, because the two of them very evenly matched, although Majestic slightly quicker on the last lap. It was a lap on which they went past the A team's car. That's 3.82 and 3.52, having a little squabble over 12th place. Some of the other gaps in that section of the race, the top 30, also quite small, down to 8 seconds here and there. Race leader goes through, completing his 221st lap now. We're in that kind of stage of the race where you just have to keep plugging on and hoping that the car beneath you remains reliable, and that the plan you've been sticking to for the last 12 hours continues to keep working for you. called Kellett Motorsports, car number 311, just making what is another somewhat overdue routine pit stop. Car number 311 in after a stint of 44 laps and 2 hours and 27 minutes. During which time made the best lap of 3 minutes 1.361 seconds. So not hanging around on the stint. The 311 car back out on the circuit now after a pit stop of 5 minutes and 21 seconds. It's quite a long pit stop for Kellett. Of course, they had to fill it pretty full of fuel because it took a lot of fuel. It was very nearly empty. Auto Farm is also very nearly empty, I reckon. 2.5 hours they've been out there on that tank full of fuel. And finally, Auto Farm does come in after a stint of 2 hours and 32 minutes. So it was a fine stint from Mikey Wasty. And the Auto Farm car comfortably in third place, although being closed in upon by the fake taxi in the closing stages of the stint. But the car surviving to come into the pits from third place, and so Mikey Wastley to hand over either to Steve Wood or Dave Ward, and the screen will tell us which of those actually gets into the car. Also into the pits has come car 499, who was one of our leading runners earlier on, the SVG Motorsport car. No, it's the 449, wasn't it, that was leading the race for JW Bird, and that car having dropped back a little bit now, back to 6th place, but possibility of it inheriting places, particularly from with Auto Farm in the pits. So how long this stop is, compared it with the Kellett Motorsport stop of 5 minutes 21 seconds. The Auto Farm car has been in so far for 2 minutes 11 seconds. So finally Auto Farm get on their way again. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in fact from them, so 20 seconds slower than the Kellett pit stop. And since then, we've had quite a few pit stoppers come in, and for the moment at least, no more safety cars. Let's hope it stays that way. Still 11 hours, 23 minutes of the race to go. And so we had this big long green period yesterday evening after the straight off the start. And but from that, we didn't have any more code 60s until it started going dark. Still the gaps around the top 10 reasonably close. A minute and 2 seconds separates first from second now. That's a gap that's been slowly creeping up as the hybrid tune car laps consistently underneath 3 minutes now. Only just under 3 minutes, but gets underneath the 3 minute mark. The Emax Motorsport car in second place, its last lap, the 3 minutes 0.647. Third is the fake taxi car, which is a minute and 4 seconds ahead of the WRC Developments car, and that is a minute and 16 seconds ahead of the 449 JW Bird Motorsport car, and that's less than a minute ahead of Fighting Torque with car 309. Then there's 28-second gap back to 504, the BHSCK Motorsport entry. Behind 504, there's then a rather bigger gap back to Auto Farm, but then Auto Farm to Mellow Yellow is a little bit closer. So gaps in the top 10, as I say, generally less than a minute, or if they are over a minute, they're only just over a minute. So you'll find that a pit stop, as Auto Farm has just found, drops you from third place overall. Okay, it's a slightly slow pit stop, but after it, its car finishes up in 8th. So still close enough for these small pit stops to make significant differences. have another safety car out, and that is just coming out with 11 hours and 7 minutes remaining, and the Emax Motorsport car taking that opportunity to pit for more fuel. Remember, Emax were at a disadvantage because they had or would be running out of fuel before the hybrid Tune Motorsport car, and have tried to negate that advantage by coming into the pits. What was it? It was 1 hour and 44 minutes, the stint for 346. The safety car itself, just for a change, can't see why it might have come out, but keep an eye out on the circuit to see if we can track it down. A long period of green flag, just about an hour we had there. So that's an improvement on what we've been having recently. Scanning through the remaining CCTV screens. And there's somebody on the Wellington Straight that is on the back of a flatbed. Yes, just out of Aintree. Going onto the Wellington Straight, and Breakdown Bob is there, and because it took me so long to find the screen, the rescue unit has parked himself in front of the car. It is Breakdown Bob there, and so just on the exit of the loop, on the short straight between which is on the exit of Aintree, really, isn't it? So a hoist being pressed into service, and say Emax Motorsport in the pit lane with car 346. They're going to make this as quick a stop as they possibly can. And oh dear, I think it might actually be the Charity Alliance car which has stopped again. It's being lifted now. Lifted and twisted, and then it'll be turned onto the back of the low loader, the door having popped open without anybody actually noticing, I think. And the sun reflecting off the side of the car, making it difficult to pick out the number. That car has lost a front right wheel, so not quite sure when or where the wheel has finished up, when it came off, whether that was the cause of the accident. The left front would have taken a fair bit of weight around the loop and Aintree. down to see what other cars it might be, and no, my money at the moment is on the Charity Alliance car being moved away very rapidly, but the screen breaks up as it disappears out of view. We'll go down the Wellington Straight. And then where will they take the car off? Will they actually take it off? Yes, in fact they've taken it off already, so we'll be able to go back to green flag racing very shortly. I would think the safety car will be in on this lap. The Charity Alliance car, having already rolled in this race, been put back together again by the team, and whether that was part of the problem with the car missing a wheel, not quite sure. Here comes the cars around the final part of the circuit. The safety car pulls off, and we're back to green flag as the race leader, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, takes advantage of the clear track ahead of him and completes 232 laps as he goes across the line, which puts him a lap clear of everybody else. Exactly where you want to be in a race like this, 1 lap clear. In fact, I think that's probably the only gap amongst the top 30, which is a full lap. Between the car and the car behind. So Hybrid Tune Motorsport, full lap lead. And sure, there's been some lucky breaks for that car, but he's had to overcome some misfortune as well along the way. So they've made the most of the lucky breaks and tried to minimise the misfortune, I suppose. The right way to go racing. Coming up towards another complete hour, in fact just over a complete hour of the race elapsed. We're now 13 hours into the race and very nearly 7 AM here at Silverstone. If you've been listening to the live stream through all the night or part of the night, we'll be having the full live stream coverage starting again at 9 o'clock, so in just a couple of hours time. And I might take a break, we'll see. To keep the rest of the team updated with what's been going on. And a night really that's been dominated by many safety car periods. So the Emax Motorsport, having made their pit stop at the beginning of that safety car period, Fate Taxi has therefore moved up into second place. So Graham Coombs, Ian Stint and Alistair May doing a great job with that car, and they've got into third. How long has 312 been out there, I wonder? Let's just have a quick look. Not quite 2 hours, 1 hour and 54 minutes, but that fake taxi gets good fuel economy. They've had 2 stints in this race so far of over 2 hours and 40 minutes, so it's an economical little Citroen, as they all are, so every possibility that the fake taxi will be staying out a little bit longer, and as I say, up in the second place then for the 312. 318 WRC Developments is now third. Emax recovering to fourth after their pit stop, and what was the time spent in pits for the Emax Motorsport car? 346 was 4 minutes and 44 seconds, so a good, quick, efficient stop from Emax, but nevertheless it did lose it 2 places, dropping it from second to fourth. JW Bird Motorsport still fighting back in 5th place with 449, and Fighting Talk 309 is 6th. Gap so very close indeed behind that first gap, first to second. 13 seconds separates second to third, 9 seconds separates third to fourth. Fourth to fifth is a bit bigger, and then 17 seconds from fifth to sixth, and 5 seconds from sixth to seventh. So again, you only have to do a slight miscue with your pit stop, or have a moment off, or has the thought, have a penalty somewhere, and those positions will change very rapidly indeed. Slightly beyond the best of the happy hour now. We were lapping into the 2:59s with a fair bit of regularity a couple of hours ago, but the sun just getting up and warming things up a little bit too much now to allow setting of ultimate lap times. let's check on number of safety car periods, and my TSL screen is telling me 17 safety car periods, and yet I've counted 18. Apart from that, we agree on 36 laps, so it may be that there was one safety car period which kind of continued rather than being two separate ones. It did come thick and fast through the night. But, the total time used under safety cars, 3 hours and 6 minutes. Out of the total elapsed time of 13 hours and 8 minutes elapsed so far. The fake taxi going a little bit quicker on that last lap than Hybrid Tune. Hybrid having suggested they're a bit down on power, didn't manage to break into the 3 minute, under the 3 minute barrier for a while, but they were doing in the early hours of this morning, just after sunrise. And that was also the time of day when the fastest lap of the race was set by the Fighting Torque car, number 309, a 2:58.799. Problem on that last lap for Fighting Torque. Not quite sure what happened to them, but the lap time of 3 minutes 14, which is time for a spin recovery, I think. And another car into the gravel, and this is a significant runner in that it's one of the top 10 cars, or at least it was in the top 10. Car number 502 from SCK Motorsport is in the gravel at Stowe Corner, I think that is, yes, on the way into Stowe Corner. And so 502, driver trudges away from the car. It's in a similar bit of the gravel that Jack Lemmer got himself stuck in yesterday, right at the start of the race, and it's sunk right up to its axles in the gravel. Now, whether we're going to be able to clear this with local yellow or whether we're going to need to go to a full safety car remains to be seen, but at the moment the car looking a bit sorry for itself there, waiting for a flatbed to come and pick it up. So the 502 SCK Motorsport, as I say, it was in 10th place and is dropping back now. That's allowed into 10th place the 399 Morwin Motorsport car. So for the moment, at least, the marshals seem happy to deal with it as a localised yellow. So dropping down rather more slowly than cars dropped down the order earlier in the race when the gaps between them were smaller. Now the gaps between the cars are that much bigger. It takes longer for the impact of cars going off to be felt on the timing screens. So Kellett Motorsport now also taking advantage, moving up a place. And still waiting then for a rescue unit to be dispatched down to the... Problem is, it needs to get to the outside of Stowe Corner. There is a recovery unit on the inside of Stowe, but this one needs to come from the outside. I think they're quite happy, or not happy, but satisfied to leave it at in the gravel for the moment. Maybe when we get the rescue unit there, we'll go to a safety car, but for the moment at least, the car sitting in the gravel. As I say, the driver has already left the scene. Now the JCB recovery unit turns up. Putting it forwards through the gravel. You really need to make sure that the front end gets lifted up to avoid damaging the splitter, because otherwise the car just turns into a big snowplow and just digs itself ever deeper into the gravel bed, which is quite a deep one there at Stowe. So this car, 502, is going to lose several laps because now it's been removed from the gravel bed. It's on the outside of Stowe Corner. We're going to have to send a flatbed trail around the outside of the circuit down to the outside of Stowe, and then the car's going to have to be recovered back to the paddock after that. So it's all going to take a good few minutes yet, and whilst all that happens, I suspect we could well see, what was it? It was in 10th place, that car. It's now dropped to 19th, and every sign of it will fall out of the, maybe not quite out of the top 30, but certainly another 5 places yet, I think. A 1-minute stop-and-go penalty being awarded to the 315 TSR racing car. 45th place for that car. Strange how many of the penalties do get assessed against the cars that are already further down. But more than 4 people touching the car for car 315, and that gets a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty. It's car 315, the TSR racing entry. Now this is odd. Auto Farm back into the pits, and wasn't that long ago when that car last made a pit stop, so not quite sure why 521 would be calling back at the pits if everything was well with the car. 45 minutes is all it's been out for, and it was after its previous stint of 2.5 hours. So Auto Farm in the pits, and I suggest that might be trouble for that car. Keep an eye on it. 521 had been in the hands of Mikey Wasty, then handed over to Steve Wood, and I would have expected Steve to actually stay behind the wheel of it this time. A 3-minute stop and counting. Keep an eye on that one. pit caller, that being the fake taxi car, out of second place in the overall standings. Graham Coombs brings the car in though, and this has been a great run from fake taxi, from 45th at one point in the standings, now up to second, but they'll lose that with the onset of this pit stop. So it was a fairly routine stint, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Stint prior to that, 2 hours and 42 minutes. One prior to that, 2 hours and 47 minutes. So he's been doing good long stints in the last three. So a routine stop for Graham Coombs and the fake taxi crew. The 521 Auto Farm car, with whom they were having a nice little battle before the Auto Farm car came into the pits, is still there. 521. Steve Wood having brought it in, and so the car is still there, as is the 495 car from the Jelly Snake Racing team. So the pit stop for fake taxi will elevate David Drinkwater's team up to second, and probably Emax to third, but I doubt whether it'll bring JW Bird up to fourth, because the fake taxi will resume after its pit stop, assuming all goes to plan, and they should be able to get going again. 495 has completed its pit stop, 7.5 minutes. The Auto Farm car, 9 minutes and counting, so it's a problem then for Auto Farm. Such a shame after the car had such a good run so far. I was just beginning to get worried about the Graham Coombs fake taxi pit stop, because it was going on a bit, ending up 6 minutes in the end, but they are now back out on the circuit. But it does mean that fake taxi did lose the place to the JW Bird Motorsport car, 449. So fake taxi and lost a place to the BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport car, 504. So one good bit of news for BH SCK, with 504 making up a place into the top 5. The 502 car still dropping down the order and is out, or very shortly going to be out of the top 30. It's in 29th place now and has lost 6 laps on the leaders, with more to come because the car still hasn't made it back. As I say, it was just unfortunate the way the car went off at the exit of Stowe, and that means it's a long recovery drive to get it back. So Auto Farm as well, still in the pit lane. They've been there now for over 13 minutes. Just a little recap then, with 13 and a half hours on the clock and 244 now laps completed. 388 hybrid tune motorsport, lovely lap times from that car. 3 minutes 0.001 on its last lap. They're not going to do 3 minute lap times, they said, and he did one that was 1/1000th too slow. Anyway, good performance. 318, the David Drinkwater WRC Developments Limited car is in second place, 1 lap and more behind. Emax Motorsport number 346 is how far back he is. Probably of the order of 10-15 seconds, in fact. We'll be able to see any moment now because it will be coming through. 14 seconds. Separates 318 from 346. Then it's a couple of minutes between 346 and 449. 449 in fourth. In fifth place is 504. He is 29 seconds behind the car in front of him. Then it's the fake taxi, still recovering from its longer pit stop, and then 316 in seventh place, the Mellow Yellow Motorsport car. It's softly catchy monkey, moving up the order. 316 then is 45 seconds behind 312. A lap behind that is the Morwin car, and then Fighting Talk in ninth place, car number 309, and that is at a deficit of 35 seconds. and then just 2 seconds separating Venus Motorsport from Kellett Motorsport, 10th and 11th. And at the moment, I would suggest that Venus is closing in just a bit, less than a second a lap, but he is closing in on the Kellett car. Best lap of the race so far from the 399 Morwin Motorsport car, 3 minutes 01.493, and the 259.990 from the A team, car 352 in 12th place. So they've just done their best lap of the race thus far. Still the Auto Farm car in the pit lane, 5:21. And that's been there now for 20 minutes. That's a bit of a disaster for them. Car was going so well, but has lost 20 minutes in the pit lane, and that's dropped it down now to the lower reaches of the top 30. Car that had been going so well up until that point, and so I don't know what the problem is in the pit lane, but certainly had something break on the car. Very frustrating news when you've got through the night, halfway distance, got into the top 3, and then it all goes away from you. into the pits at 13 hours and 45 minutes into the race is the race leader, car 388, the hybrid tune motorsport car, which has been having, dare I say it, an absolute picture book of a race thus far. And another 2-hour stint from the team. Best lap of the stint, 2 minutes 59.3. 41 laps completed in so a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 6 minutes. Compared to the previous stint, 2 hours and 7 minutes. And that was 37 laps. Just depends how many safety cars you get as to how many laps you complete in the 2 hours, it would seem. But hybrid tune then, with coming up to 14 hours on the clock, and also into the pits comes 318, so they're not going to lose anything because their immediate competitor is in as well. It's 318, David Drinkwater's team. They've just done a stint of 2 hours as well. And JW Bird in 449 is also in the pits. And they too have just done a 2-hour stint, so it's good 2 hours probably since our last code 60 is my guess. I'm in safety car, I keep calling it a code 60, I do apologise. So the last safety car period, which was, we don't get individual safety car periods shown here, but yes, around about 2 hours ago, because we had the discussion around whether it was 17th or 18th safety car. It was at shortly before 13 hours were up. We're now 13 hours and 48 hours into the race, and 4 of the top 5 cars all in the pits then. 388 on with Sam Weller. He's just got out of the car. 318 has Toby Ward, having just got out of the car. 449 having just had Philip House get out of the car, and 504 having just had Morgan Root getting out of the car. And that has allowed Emax Motorsport up into second place, and the gap first to second has come right down, hasn't it? I do believe Emax obviously owing as a pit stop, but the time screen is showing me there's a full lap difference in terms of the time. We'll see what happens at the end of this lap, because I think that gap will come right down when we see them next time around. It was a relatively quick stop from the hybrid tune team once again. 4 minutes and 26 seconds in the pit lane. And the quicker stop than any of the others in that area have done, because otherwise they'd be only at the end of the pit stop. Getting very worried now about the 521 car, the Auto Farm Motorsport car. That's now been in the pits for half an hour, and effectively that's taken away any chance it had of not just finishing on the podium, but finishing in the top 10, really. Auto Farm just slipping further and further down the order, and that's why we watch these races. You never know quite who's going to fall by the wayside, who's going to be able to keep going. Emax staying out whilst that the leader pitted. 318 has now completed its pit stop. A 5-minute stop exactly, compares to the stop for 388, 4 minutes 26, and the stop for 449 was 5 minutes and 50. Once again, the JW Bird Motorsport team losing a minute, and they lose a minute on virtually every pit stop, and having made 6 pit stops, no wonder they're 2 laps behind. So another slower stop from them. Mellow Yellow having fought their way up into 6th place in car 316. They're now having their equivalent pit stop. Race leader goes through now, completes 248 laps, and where is the second place car from Emax? 346, 2.8 seconds behind. Well, I never thought it was close. I didn't know it was quite going to be that close. So, having had the pit stops, Emax staying out, now down to just 2.8 seconds, and that's a lot closer than it was last time around when Hybrid Tune did a pit stop. They managed to hold the lead quite comfortably through it. So 248 laps completed, and 388 now leads the race from Emax Motorsport by just 2.8 seconds. Well, another hour of racing is over. We now completed 14 hours out of the 24, just 10 to go. So quickly, it doesn't sound so bad. 250 laps now completed. At least 250 laps completed by the first two, and they're separated on the road by just 3.990 seconds. 3.990 separating 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport from 346 Emax Motorsport. So the gap has gone up a little bit, but not by very much. The two teams pretty much matching each other lap per lap. 3 minutes 02.9 the last lap from Hybrid Tune, 3 minutes 02.8 the last lap from Emax. The 318 car, currently with one of its less quick drivers aboard, the WRC development entry, 306.762 the last lap from their car. And then it's Fake Taxi recovering to take 4th place at the moment, having had its most recent pit stop. And they are 39 seconds behind the car in front of them, which is a WRC Developments car. JW Bird is next up, 449 in 5th. Morwin, number 399, is 6th. Fighting Talk, 309 is 7th. 504 is the BH Motorsport, SCK Motorsport. 504 is 8th, and like the other teams where we've had problems for one car, concentrated on the other. JW Bird, WRC, all got multi-team entries, and then 504, the BH SCK Motorsport team. Problem is for teams who have only got one car, people like Fighting Talk, Fake Taxi, they have to put all their eggs into the single car, as it were, and that then becomes a real pain when you have an overly long pit stop, as the 521 Auto Farm car has. 40 minutes now, that car in the pits, and still no sign of it rejoining, and it is out of the top 30 now. Similar fate befell the 502 BH Motorsport car, which spun into the gravel at Stowe Corner and was in 10th, but it's now again slipped off the top page of timing, so isn't in the top 30 anymore. So 14 hours complete and just under 10 still to go. And more news from race control of a penalty, and this is significant for the JW Bird Motorsport team, a refueling infringement at their last pit stop, and that's going to cost them a 3-minute stop and go. Oh dear, that's basically putting them a further lap behind. They were 2 laps behind the race leader, but after that penalty, when it's served, JW Bird Motorsport will be a further lap behind, I'm afraid. Morwin Motorsport car 399 has, or is in the pits at the moment, has been there for 6 minutes, so that's a rather long stop. Auto Farm, talking of long stops, has already been there for an hour, so don't want to forget about Auto Farm because it was a good performance for the first half of the race. They were certainly in a comfortable podium position, but as I say, an hour in the pits, and so Auto Farm pretty much out of the race now. So JW Bird, they're not out of the race. They will be able to get going again after 3 minutes stop and go, but it does make their life much more difficult in the 449 car, which is currently 5th, and having a fight with the Fighting Torque car 309. Still the battle continues between the first two, 388 Hybrid Tune and 346 EMAC Motorsport. Separated by 5.525 seconds now. It's just been creeping up pretty slowly with slightly slower lap from EMAX from time to time. And so 5.5 separating the first two. Motorsport then 346. They've been out there for an hour and a half, very nearly. So another half hour and we'll see them into the pits. But very bad news indeed then for JW Bird Motorsport. In fact, here they come now into the pits to serve that 3-minute stop-go penalty. first, second, just creeping up a bit. A 3 minutes 02 for Hybrid Tune compared to a 3 minutes 03.8 for Emax on that last lap for both of them. It extends the margin of the lead to 8.1 seconds. So behind, it's still pretty close though. Those two in the lead, Hybrid versus Emax, but then everybody else at least a lap behind. Two cars 1 lap behind, and then another 2 cars for 2 laps behind that, being the 318 and 312 that are a lap behind. 309, 504 being 2 laps behind. say, the consistency of lap times here from the Hybrid Tune Motorsport team, very impressive indeed. They're so consistent in the 3-minute 01s. It's not just the best lap time of the stint, but the average lap time of the stint, and they are extremely consistent for Hybrid Tune, and as a result of that the gap has been steadily increasing the last 10 or so laps, and it's crept up now to 13.8 seconds first to second. Still nothing that couldn't be lost on a pit stop easily enough, but Emacs, we believe, are going to be sooner into the pits than the Hybrid Tune car. Emacs has already been out there for an hour and 39 minutes, so another 20 minutes or so we can start expecting the Emacs car in, and Hybrid Tune have got fuel aboard to go quite a bit further than that, I do believe. The Hybrid Tune car was last in the pits for fuel 46 minutes ago, so they've got a good hour and a quarter worth of fuel aboard their car. Keep an eye on that and try and count down to when we might be seeing Emacs coming into the pits for their routine stop. And when they do come in, it may well be WRC Developments Limited, the David Drinkwater car, taking over third place. Lake Taxi still continuing this remarkable fight back up the order, and they've stuck at their task and proven that you can overcome small problems along the way, because Big Taxi did have some in the early stages and have plugged away at it ever since. Another lap completed for the leaders, the 3 minutes 02.02. With 2 seconds on the gap, very nearly 16 seconds the gap, first second now.
positive.